all gathered here to celebrate World Mental Health Day 2023. The theme for this year is Mental Health is a Universal Human Right. We would like to request our dignitaries and our guests to please stand up for the lighting of the lamp, and we'll start the day with blessings from Saraswati Ma and the Vandana.
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण हम हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा दे अंधेरे, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
The blessings of Saraswati Ma, I would like to start the session. We warmly welcome our dignitaries of the day today. We have with us our guest of honor, Dr. Sunil Mittal, psychiatrist, Vice President, Constituency Development, World Federation of Mental Health, and Head, Indian Initiative of the World Federation of Mental Health. Please clap. Dr. Sunil Mittal is a renowned psychiatrist of international repute. With over 38 years of clinical research and teaching work, Dr. Mittal has been instrumental in the establishment of many healthcare and philanthropical organizations. Sir is an expert member of various committees of government, multilateral and non-government agencies on clinical research and policy matters at national and international level. Dr. Mittal is Vice President, Constituency Development World Federation of Mental Health, and heads of Indian initiative of the World Federation of Mental Health, which is the largest global alliance of the mental health professionals and organizations, service users, and policy experts. He is also the chief organizer and chairperson of the 21st World Congress of Mental Health of World WFMH, held in November 2017 at New Delhi, which was inaugurated by Honorable President of India, Sri Ram Kovind sir. Dr. Mittal is also motivated speaker, writer, award-winning photographer, plays the violin, and has been a high-altitude trekker and is also an avid traveler. We welcome you, sir. I would request our HOI ma'am, Ranjana ma'am, Dr. Ranjana ma'am, Dr. Rushi ma'am, head IBHAS, and Dr. Gujral ma'am, the director, ACTC, to please come over and welcome sir. Please give a warm welcome to sir. Thank you, ma'am. Today, we are honored to have with us our guest of honor, Dr. N.G. Desai, sir, Senior Psychiatrist, former Director, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, IBHAS, Delhi. Dr. Desai is the psychiatrist and a qualified public health professional with public service academic career of 40 years, having served on the faculty of NIMHANS, Bangalore, and AIMS, Delhi. He served at IBHAS, Delhi for 23 years, initially as the head of the Department of Psychiatry and Medical Superintendent and as director from the year 2010 to 2021. Sir has been also the member, secretary, and CEO of Delhi State SMHA from the year 2008 to 2021. He has nearly 100 research publications, many research monographs, and has 5 national awards for original research and many other awards. Sir has been also the Fulbright Fellow at JHU USA. Sir has been the honorary General Secretary and honorary editor at IPS. Sir has been the founder editor of IPS North Zone Journal. Sir has been 3 times Marfetia Award winner as first author. Sir has also worked actively with NGOs and in community-based outreach programs, which includes radio and television. Sir has been the chairperson Ashray Adhikar Abhiyan, that is AAA NGO for homeless. Sir has been the president Manovikas Charitable Society, NGO for disability. Sir is also the committee member and advisory panel of national agencies like NHRC, NDMA, NCW, ICMR, and others. Sir has been worked with these agencies for the mental health aspects of the pandemic. Sir is also the member of NHRC core group on health and mental health. We welcome you, sir, and we request HOI ma'am, Rushi ma'am, and Harvinder ma'am to please welcome, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Professor Dr. Anjana Bhatia ma'am, Head of the Institution, IITS, to please welcome and address the gathering.
Thank you, Smriti. It is just a warm welcome that I would like to extend to my esteemed guests on the dais, Dr. Mittal, who I have heard many times in the past, and we are going to have yet another opportunity to listen to Dr. Mittal. Then Dr. Desai, and it's a great honor that we have such distinguished people from the field of mental health today with us to speak to all of you. So my welcome to my esteemed guests on the dais. I also want to extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. She has joined us online. And it's not a real address that Smriti has said. I'm just going to say a few words and then I'll leave the dais for our esteemed guests because they are so well versed and so knowledgeable to talk to you all on mental health. I'll start with a beautiful quote, as always, of our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. He says, "Successful and happy individuals build a successful nation. But what is it that aids success, achievement of goals, and fulfillment of your mission to lead a happy and contented life? That strong foundation is none other than good education." I would like to relate this word good education with the most important aspect of our life, that is mental health. So today we are observing Mental Health Day, 10th October 2023. Grateful to our founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for giving us this platform to have this day being observed. Grateful to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for his dynamic leadership. Also grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, for always so supportive and encouraging. So the Mental Health Day, the overall objective of World Mental Health Day, it's a World Mental Health Day, is to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. The day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders working on mental health issues to talk about their work and what more needs to be done to make a mental health care a reality for people worldwide. World Mental Health Day, 10th October 2023. The catchword or the catch line is our minds, our right. Our minds, our rights. World Mental Health Day 2023 is an opportunity for people and communities to unite behind the theme mental health is a universal human right, which is the theme of the year, to improve knowledge, raise awareness, and drive actions that promote and protect everyone's mental health as a universal human right. Mental health is a basic human right for all people. Everyone, whosoever and wherever they are, has a right to the highest attainable standards of mental health. This includes the right to be protected from mental health risks, the right to available, accessible, acceptable, and good quality care, and the right to liberty, independence, and inclusion in the community. Good mental health is vital to our overall health and well-being. Yet, 1 in 8 people globally are living with mental health conditions which can impact their physical health, their well-being, how they connect with others, and their livelihood. Mental health conditions are also affecting an increasing number of adolescents and young people. Having a mental health condition should never be a reason to deprive a person of their human rights or to exclude them from decisions about their own health. Yet all over the world, people with mental health conditions continue to experience a wide range of human rights violations. Many are excluded from community life and discriminated against, while many more cannot access the mental health care they need or can only access care that violates their human rights. Mental health is a universal human right. This is the theme of the year for World Mental Health Day. And it is a critical move forward in drawing attention to the effect of long-term illness of patients with major chronic diseases and their families, as well as its importance to mental health advocates. I would like to finish by saying a beautiful quote yet again. This is also from our founder, who's our mentor also. Successful and happy individuals build a successful nation. But what is it that aids success, achievement of goals, and fulfillment of your mission to lead a happy and contented life? That strong foundation is none other than good education. And that good education, I have already connected, is predominantly related to mental health. My dear students, you are fortunate that you are going to listen to two very renowned mental health experts today in this inaugural session. My gratitude once again to our founder, to our chancellor, to our vice chancellor, and my gratitude is also to our esteemed guests who have, despite a very busy schedule, found time for this inaugural session. So welcome to our guests and welcome to my very dear students. And thank you so much. And I also welcome our esteemed, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, who is with us online. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, so much.
We are very happy that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla has joined us. This program has been initiated, is being conducted, is being observed under her guidance, and it is because with her support. So, ma'am, we welcome you. And you can see on camera also, the hall is full. We have so many students of our psychology sitting here. And on the dais, ma'am, you can see we have Dr. Mittal. Dr. Mittal is a very renowned psychologist, psychiatrist, and a great expert in clinical psychology and mental health. And ma'am, I also wish to inform you that we have invited Dr. Mittal many times in the past also. He is a very, very good speaker. And I can say the same for Dr. Desai, though I have not heard Dr. Desai earlier, but I am very happy that Dr. Desai is also going to speak to our students. So, ma'am, we are very happy that we know that you have extremely busy schedule, and we are very happy and grateful to you, ma'am, that you have joined us online. So, I please give a warm welcome to our VC, ma'am. Also, she is here online with all of us. So, thank you very much, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. We welcome you and we would like you to address our guests and respective students as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. A very esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Mittal, Psychiatrist, Vice President, Constituent Development, World Federation of Mental Health, and Head Indian Initiative of World Federation of Mental Health. A very esteemed guest of honor, Dr. N.G. Desai, Senior Psychiatrist, former Director, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, IBAS, and my colleagues from IBS, IBAS, and ACGC, and very dear students. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our esteemed guests for celebration of World Mental Health Day today on the theme Mental Health is a Universal Human Rights. We have been, seeing lately that for last couple of years, lot of emphasis is being given on the mental health. There was time earlier that people were not comfortable talking about that people have some issue with their mental health. It used to be kind of stigma or something, but today people are talking very openly mental health issues, and I think it's a very positive sign. And because if a person, because all thoughts come from the mind, and accordingly the person acts, reacts or respond. So therefore, if the person had the mentally well, the person will have the thoughts also, the positive thoughts. The action will also be the positive actions. So therefore, it's understanding how to how to be mentally healthy, what all need to be done. It has the various facets, because when you talk about the mental health, it's only how is your lifestyle, what is your physical activities, what is your diet, with your routine, and how you are keeping yourself also the spiritually healthy. So it is a combination of many things which helps a person. But also other aspect, if you look at from the scientific way, so sometimes the people say कि कुछ chemical लोचा हो गया दिमाग में, और chemical लोचे की वजह से जो है the person's health, the mental health is not correct, and that's the way the people go to the from the counselor to the psychologist or finally to the psychiatrist, who can prescribe the medicine and so to make that balance. So I'm sure that today's World Mental Health Day celebration, our experts, Dr. Desai and Dr. Mittal, are going to discuss on various facets and going to advise you, guide you, that what can help to remain mentally healthy. And because when it also is linked with the happiness, that and the happiness index of all the countries, when we look at, because that also very important, that shows and demonstrate the mental well-being of the people. And I'm sure that all the youngsters today will look into this, and especially those students who are doing the courses in the psychology or the clinical psychology. I remember our honorable founder president long time back, almost about 2 decades back, he said that in times to come, there will be many issues will be coming when the people will be requiring the professional help for counseling, for guidance, as well as the treatment. And he used to say that India will be the destination for many to come and take the help of the professionals. So therefore the psychology is the one field which will have the great demand in the times to come. And we have been seeing now so many of our alumni, rather than going for a corporate career, they decided to start their own ventures and rendering the professional health to all those who need for the psychology, for the counseling, and otherwise, as well as our clinical psychology students. So that the huge demand is there. So I'm sure that our two experts who have come today, while discussing and deliberating, will not only will focus on what all the mental health issues are there, but also what are the professional opportunities are for the future talent and how they should develop for this to make the society healthy, mentally healthy, as well to the Happy Society. With this, once again, I extend very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, and I congratulate Dr. Rushi, Dr. Bhatia, as well Dr. Harminder Gujral for organizing this very important World Mental Health Day for the benefit of all the members and all the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for addressing our audience. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Now, I would request Dr. Desai to please come over and address our students. Thank you, sir. Please welcome Dr. Desai.
Good morning. This is your captain from the flight deck. We are going through some turbulence, and so sit up, fold up your tray tables. जो ऐसे आराम से पीछे करके बैठे हो जरा सीधे बैठ जाए. Straighten up your chairs. We're going to take you on a ride. I'm sure Sunil will and the other speakers will. So get ready for a bit of a ride. First things first. I am thrilled to see Dr. Rushi here at MIT in the position that she is. Dr. Rushi worked with us and with the teams that I happen to lead for nearly 7 or 8 years at IBAS before she went on to more senior positions. And so, for a number of reasons, Rushi is like family, one. Two, those of you who are studying psychology or any other related field along with statistics, you will remember the term goodness of fit. And I think Dr. Rushi being here at MIT and MIT being what it is, I think is a perfect goodness of fit. There couldn't have been a better match for the institution and for you, Rushi. Wonderful, really. VC ma'am, pardon me for breaking the protocol. Vice Chancellor Madam, Ranjana ji, Harminder ji, my long time friend Rajat Mitra, and of course Sunil. We feel like friends, brothers, whatever else, everything that all relationships can mean. Okay, I'm going to talk not so much about facts, figures, not even social attitudes. My effort, I realize in the last 15 or 20 minutes is going to be to try and talk about some myths and bring out some blind spots. The first one that I want to talk about is, how many of you believe that the pandemic that we all went through recently has left a very deep negative impact on the youth? Okay, let's say what? Okay, how many of you believe it has not? No effect. Who believes it has had a positive impact? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe a few more than. Yes. 12, 13. 13 is a good number to stop at. Guys, try and look at it slightly from the historical perspective. Sunil and I and Rajat and some of us happen to be from generations which you will find difficult to fathom. But I'm going to talk about historical perspective even before our birth. It occurred to me in the year 2020 when all that hype was happening about the epidemic that time travel, go back 100 years. And the current youth, you and your contemporaries and maybe people a few years younger to you, people born in the 1990s or in the first few, around 2000 or thereabouts. Now, go back 100 years, people born in 1890 to 1900 or 1895 to 1905. What did that generation across the globe go through? I mean, leave alone India. Terrible deprivation, poverty, colonization, everything. But globally, the youth of that period, the first 2 decades of, or the first few decades of the 20th century, what did they go through? The First World War, which incidentally wasn't called the First World War till the Second World War happened. Till then it was called the Great War. 1914 to 1918. And then, of course, the epidemic of 1918 to 1920, Spanish flu. And then the Americans, the major country, they went through the Great Depression, large part of Europe did. And then the Second World War. So, for that generation, about 100 years before this generation, the first 30 or 40 years were actually a whole lot of struggle. There was very little period that was quiescent, silent, quiet, positive, promotive. And yet, in the post-World War scenario, 60s, 70s, 80s, leading up to now, that youth actually built the world pretty well, wouldn't you say? So, two things to clarify. One, please be sure that more the trouble, more the hardship, recall for yourselves. Generations actually become stronger and contribute to the society better. So I would like to take a vote, maybe now or maybe by the end of the day, 4 o'clock, as to how many people really believe there was negative impact. I really believe from historical analysis, and by now we know enough about these 3 years, except for pockets of people who were vulnerable, youth, adults, elderly, women, whoever. By and large, there is a positive impact of the hardship and the difficulties that we went through. Hopefully in the panel discussion, we'll have some time to discuss the details of that. The second, more important, there was a lot of talk even in the professional circles and in media in the first 1 or 2 years, especially in the second wave, April, May, June 2021, that there's going to be a lot of psychiatric epidemic. There is none. Please be sure. And I can say that categorically. Psychological distress, yes. People feeling anxious, feeling depressed, but not depression as a syndrome, not psychiatric syndromes. There is not a shred of evidence for the psychiatric morbidity, psychiatric disorders to have increased. Help seeking has increased, especially in countries like India, where treatment gap has been 80%. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. So those who were not coming forth for help started coming through for help. Okay, so don't mistake that as increasing psychiatric morbidity. So see the positivity of such a global, terrible, traumatizing event, no denying that fact, on the psychology of all human beings, especially youth. I wish and pray that this session, besides everything else that it will bring to you, will possibly bring that positive aspect of what each one of you individually and you as a generation will do and can do for human race or the world, not just human race. The second, related to that, and that only got accentuated, I think, in this period, the famous age-old generation gap, right? Between teachers and students, between parents and children, between elders and young people. We don't talk the same language. We don't understand each other. Please be sure, friends, that's always been the case. I can't vouch for this, but my hypothesis is, and my firm belief is, that from the time that people started to live together as families or transgenerationally, there has always been this difficulty. At the turn of the 21st century, that difficulty possibly was accentuated. The epidemic made it more sharp. But please, there are ways of overcoming. When you at 40 or 45 or 60 look back on what arguments you are having with your parents or with your teachers now, you will have a good laugh about it. Either on your own or when you have difficulties with your own kids. So please don't let the burden of generation gap or not being understood carry too far. Does that mean that the effort required is any less? By no means. The effort required by all parties, especially the two concerned generations, is to be very high. But, and I say this tongue in cheek, if there is one human dialogue, again, I dare say from the time of the caves, that's been most often repeated in human existence, in any language, is when we were your age, we did not do this. हम जब आपकी उम्र के थे तो हम ऐसा नहीं करते थे. BS. If only the younger generation got to know what the older generation was doing when they were young, you would be shocked. So let the younger generation have respect for the older generation, but be aware that we are all human, and let the older generation have respect for the innovation and the experimentation that the younger generation wants. That's one of the keys to good mental health for youth. The third, social media. The much maligned social media. I put it to you that in the history of mankind, from the time that man and women, politically correct now, but it was referred to as man invented fire to a knife to nuclear energy to whatever. There has always been a controversy about the use or misuse or abuse of that new technology. All new technologies are essentially double-edged swords. And so is social media. Surely there are young people or even middle-aged or adults or elderly people who have a propensity, vulnerability to get addicted, misuse it. There's a lot of child sexual abuse in the virtual space. All of that needs to be fought against at all levels. Don't get me wrong. But by and large, for brevity, I think we need to say to the entire world, and especially the doomsday sayers about young people and tech addiction and social media, spoiling the generation. Social media is today's social support. The social support that we all got from in-person contact and group meetings and stuff. So it depends on all of us collectively as a human race to see how we can use that meaningfully. Of course, being careful about wherever there can be exploitation, wherever there can be abuse, there can be addiction related to this very exciting new mode of communication and living together in the virtual space. As I said earlier, I want to come back to that point about psychiatric morbidity and psychological distress one more time for the larger public health significance. Again, for brevity, diagnosable psychiatric disorders is one specialization. Their diagnosis, their identification, treatment, rehabilitation, and that some of you or most of you are going to specialize into various degrees. What Dr. Sunil Mittal, Dr. Rajat Mitra, Dr. Rushi, and some of us try doing is essentially that core field of not only psychiatry, but core clinical field of mental health. But that's to do with diagnosable mental disorders. There are two other outer rings to that. And we need to recognize all three concentric rings. Mental illness, mental distress, mental wellness. So issues of mental illness be by and large left to the professionals with whatever support the rest of the society or policymakers or government can provide. Issues of mental distress are a much larger concern for everybody, like we all experienced in the period of the epidemic. So the issues of mental distress do not remain restricted only to psychiatrists and clinical psychologists and mental health professionals. It becomes much bigger. Mental wellness is a larger socio-political economic phenomenon. And that's much bigger. Surely, if a population in a state or in a community or in a country has better form of mental wellness, higher form of mental wellness, it's likely that the distress will be less frequent and less severe. If you have good mental wellness and lesser mental distress, quite a few of the mental disorders, at least depression, anxiety, phobia, can be prevented, or at least their impact might be much less. So there is certainly a continuum there, but please appreciate the need for action for all the three fields being very different. And the good news there, my friends, is this. Again, show of hands. How many of you are planning to migrate to the Big Apple or areas and cities near the Big Apple? Migration plans to that big superpower? Migration plans? No one? wonderful. I am actually very thrilled because the global figures for mental disorders is 25%. WHO has been saying this for the last 20 years, and that's reasonably universally agreed to. So out of 4 people, 1 person may have diagnosable, worthy of treatment mental disorder. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, the entire spectrum put together. The figures in that big superpower, not naming the country, are nearly 50%. So I don't understand why would youngsters want to go to a country where the rate of psychiatric morbidity is about 2 in 4. Of course, it's a different matter, and I've raised this with visiting American delegations also of psychiatrists and mental health professionals, and say, यार ये बताओ, 4 में से अगर 2 diagnosable है, तो who diagnoses whom? 4 में से 1 diagnosable है, तो फिर भी कुछ बात बनती है. But the good news, my friends, other than those 2 facts, is in India, well established by now, and Dr. Rishi was part of the team that we did research some 15 years ago, and that got added further by the National Mental Health Survey. The figures for India are only about 10 to 12%. So to repeat, global figures 25%, that big superpower 50%, in India diagnosable, treatable psychiatric disorders only 10 to 12%. So 1 in 10, right? So we are already in a very good position because of the socio-cultural strength, because of the individual resilience, because of a whole lot of other reasons, that we are in a good position. And all that you need to do, my friends, if I might say, is not only look after your mental health better, that I am sure Dr. Rishi and Dr. Rajat Mitra and a whole lot of others keep training you about, and Dr. Sunil Mittal will tell you more in detail about, and I'm sure it will happen in the panel discussion. But broadly, all that you need to do is don't carry the burden of being the youth that is misunderstood and maligned very often, of the epidemic effect, or of the criticisms of new technology like social media. Successive generations of Indians post-independence in the 75 years, I for sure believe, are much less shackled by the colonial mindset and the whole lot of passive-aggressive personality profile that India and South Asia carry. The current generations of Indians actually have a huge potential, and not to get political here at all, but like your founder firmly believes, like the Prime Minister firmly believes, the youth of India is actually going to be the leadership for the global human welfare in next 20 or 30 or 40 years. In doing so, don't repeat the mistake that superpower has made of compromising your own mental health. So be good for the human welfare, do what you can and do it with full blast, but make sure you look after your mental health in the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening our students with a lot of information post-COVID and engaging our students with your knowledge and expertise. I hope it will help all of us to be more inquisitive and learn and grow. Thank you, sir, once again. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor, Dr. Sunil Mittal, to please come and address our gathering. Sir, we welcome you. Please give a huge round of applause.
On the record, my apologies. I'm going to go on a virtual meeting.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. Good morning, friends. Still morning. As Dr. Desai has already said, so he has had to leave for a virtual meeting, being World Mental Health Day. We are caught up on back-to-back meetings. Firstly, it's a pleasure being here. And my greetings to Dr. Ashok Chauhan, your Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvendra Shukla, Dr. Anjana Bhatia. It's always a pleasure coming here and meeting her. Dr. Rishi, we work very closely on your students. Then Dr. Harminder Gujral, and my friends of decades. Dr. Rajat Mitra. Thank you for having me here. It's always great coming to a university because I feel younger. I feel the, what can I say, the vibes and the power that comes walking through the corridors. And Rajat was remarking that, there's a lot of noise. I said, but that's what keeps one ticking. That's what keeps one going. And to see so many young people, it's really, it really makes the day. And to see so many young people who are pursuing psychology, who are here to listen, talk, learn about mental health, it further adds to my professional belief that yes, and it's my professional and personal belief that, like what Nimesh was saying, that yes, the country, the world belongs to the young people. And if they take interest in human, the mind, in the human thought, in human emotion, the world is going to be hopefully a better and safe place, given the strife that we see today across the globe. I bring you all greetings from the World Federation for Mental Health. I must tell you something about the WFMH and the World Mental Health Day. It is the World Federation for Mental Health, like has been said, it is the largest alliance of mental health professionals. You can also, each one of you, go to the website of WFMH, you can become individual members. It's the largest alliance globally of people who have any interest in mental health, of professional, mental health professionals, people with lived experience, people who are caregivers, people who are policymakers, politicians, NGOs, and the entire range of people who take interest in mental health. It's not just mental disorders. So we talk about mental health. And that's a distinction that needs to be really understood, like Nimesh has already pointed out, about mental wellness, mental distress, and mental disorders. I also must tell you the why this theme for the World Mental Health Day. But before that, the World Mental Health Day began being marked on the 10th of October in 1992. So that completes 31 years today. The World Mental Health Day was declared by the World Federation for Mental Health, and it's the WFMH that selects the theme every year. It decides on the theme. Since it advises the WHO, then it advises the WHO, which takes it forward. WHO works with close contact with governments across the world, and then each and every country marks or celebrates this day. The theme is chosen. You could also suggest a theme for next year. The theme is chosen by calling ideas from members, which are organizations and individuals, and other stakeholders in mental health. It's not mental disorders. And then 10 themes are shortlisted by a committee. It's put to vote to member organization. And therefore the theme that you see every year, and this time about rights, is something which comes from across the globe. So it isn't just top down that somebody sits there and decides in WFMH, ye theme hoga is saal ka. Aisa nahi hai. It comes out of collective discussion. And why mental health rights? There can be no better time than any day to talk about human rights and the right to mental health. But given the global situation today, about the war, the strife, without naming countries, the last war just a few days back, terrorism, unrest, if I can say global unrest, including climate change and its impact on health and mental health. So the right to mental health becomes focused because not as many people may be affected physically by these activities as may their mental health be affected. And therefore the right for protection of my mental health, of your mental health, is inherent in all of us. And we need to talk about it. We need to form more action around the right. If you look back at the history of human rights, they became a center of focus after the World War II because of the atrocities and the violation of human rights in the World War II. And in 1945 and 1948, finally, at the time of the formation of the United Nations, something called the UN Declaration on Human Rights came into existence, which recognized that each one of us is born equal, each one of us, regardless of color, of race, of gender, of where we come from, socio-economic status, has same rights, which is the primary most, the right to life and liberty, and life with dignity. Yes, we have a long way to march to that about life to dignity, but the rights are the same. And then in 1966, there was a UN Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. 1966. So it empowered each one of us for protection of our cultures to enjoy the best economic rights possible in any country or in the world, for social freedom, of equality in every sphere, including education. And then, of course, this has further been interpreted in different countries in developing different conventions or laws for equal opportunity. And though our constitution had it in 1950 about equal opportunity, reservations is one of the big, although contentious, big issue there. So equal opportunity for each one of us. And that includes, that brings up questions of social justice, of social equity, which are important, extremely important questions. And some of you here and my friend Rajat, they specialize in dealing with delinquents, criminals, or, you know, the judicial system. Even as, if I was a criminal, even as a criminal, my human rights need to be protected. Some of my rights to liberty may be deprived by a process of law, but my other rights are protected. So, regardless of where we are. And then fast forward, 2006, now I'm narrowing it down. There are many other treaties. There were treaties for right to civil and political rights. You know, there are different treaties and sub-treaties. 2006 is the UN Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities, UNCRPD. Since students here are going to specialize in psychology, clinical psychology, counseling psychology, other areas of psychology, and they're likely to deal with people who are, or even from rehabilitation, people who have disabilities, the UNCRPD becomes the guiding document. India has signed it, India has ratified it. And the ratification means that we will align our laws in accordance with this UNCRPD. Now that's a very important thing to know. And moving forward, 2017, again narrowing it down to mental disorders, is the India's Mental Health Care Act of 2017, which was notified in 2018, 10th of July, and it applies to anybody who may have a mental disorder. I will not go into specifics or details, but the most important thing to remember is it is an act of rights to protect the rights of people with mental disorders who were earlier sent to asylums, ostracized, deprived in different communities, and so on and so forth. It protects the rights. And if you, like what Dr. Desai said, if there are, you know, the National Mental Health Survey talks about close to 13.5% people likely to develop some mental disorders or the other in India, which means common and severe mental disorders. Let's say 10%, like he said. In this hall of 700 people, including me, if there are going to be 10%, 70 people sitting here, or 50 people sitting here, who might have one mental disorder or the other, the right to treatment, the right to be protected exists. Now, having said this, if the rights exist, then there are very specific rights for children, for women, for other disabilities, and so on. And we can have a separate discussion or a talk some other day on those rights. But coming back to where we are, each one of us needs to protect our own mental health. Nobody else can. And also look at what can be done for mental health of people around us, family, friends. And mental health is all encompassing. It's not something which comes in isolation. No government can provide you that mental health. The Constitution of India, Article 21, talks about life, right to life and liberty. And life means life with dignity. And the courts have said right to life also implies the right to health, and health means right to mental health. But that's a law. Nobody can give you good mental health. The responsibility lies with us, each one of us. And what that would mean in practice is the foremost thing which was hinted at by Nimesh is working towards developing our resilience. How resilient we can be. Adversities will come, whether it is a pandemic, whether it's going to be stress of exams, it's going to be failures, or many things that we want to do. But the ability to bounce back. It could be a physical disorder, it could be a mental disorder. The ability to come back to normal life. That flexibility, the resilience there, that is something that requires a focus. And university systems offer the best opportunity for resilience to grow, resilience to develop. It's by interaction, it's by learning, it's by sports. And you are in a university where everything is available. It's by actually focusing on your inner selves, the values that you bring in, practices which could be spiritual at one end, or it could be physical, yoga, meditation, looking after your sleep, looking after your diet. All that adds to resilience. I may sound like an old man giving you advice, but this is what it is. Just, remember, if you are not slept well at night for 3 days, what happens to your body? Your immunity drops. You'll pick up common cold and cough. Those opportunistic infections which are all around you. And similarly, it's not just your physical infections. Your mental immunity also drops, because we know that the immune system is deeply linked to our mental well-being, and vice versa. So good sleep. Young people, wherever they're going to be, there'll be intoxicants around. Avoiding the use of intoxicants. But all university systems, and if you're going to ask your parents, they may say no, but when everybody is your age, life has been always the same. And like what was referred to as earlier, if all generations would have been as wild at your age as any one of you are. Building those resilience, building the capacity to bear failures and come back, that becomes important. And we know this, and for school students of psychology, that my mind actually shapes my brain. The mind is actually a epiphenomena, projection of the brain system as an organ. What happens in the environment, what happens when I interact with you. Today I'm here, I'm interacting with you, my brain networks are undergoing a change. My whole experience is going to actually change me. We are changing all the time. By a process called neuroplasticity, which could be at a cellular level, which could be at a brain network level, so it's not structural, so it's functional. It's a reprogramming that's occurring all the time. And therefore, when that is happening, to be conscious of the fact that you can have activities around you which can help you reshape the experiences that you go through. And life is all about experiences, And that's why the Nivesh and I, we keep having these discussions. Was the pandemic good or bad? We have people who unfortunately passed away. They went. For all of us who are alive, is resilience, physical and mental, that has brought us back. That's why you're back here without your masks. That's why you're back here in this hall today, packed with no safe distancing. So it's that resilience, the ability that each one of us carries. And yes, if you look back at what happened in the pandemic, today your Vice Chancellor joined online. A lot of our work has moved online. As psychologists, you would work online. And that's something that's happened because of the pandemic. The entire systems of communication, the entire systems of therapeutic work have undergone a change. So many things have happened. Now, if we are here today in this hall, marking the World Mental Health Day, let's take a moment to pause, to think about what can I do for myself today? Today, not tomorrow. What can I do for myself today to be more relaxed, more positive, and be in a better state of mind? And I think that's the most important message one can take back from today's morning meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge and captivating session. We feel incredibly honored and privileged to have you on this event, and this surely is impactful as we mark Mental Health Month with innovation and accessibility on campus events. Thank you, sir, once again. I would like to now invite Dr. Roshi ma'am. Okay. So, I would like to invite Dr. Rajat Mitra, Professor IEPS, to please come forward and felicitate with the vote of thanks.
Thank you. The vote of thanks is usually the shortest speech that one gives and the easiest. But I was just thinking that, it might seem very short, but it has taken a lot of preparation to organize this event. The first is I want to thank Dr. Mittal and Dr. Desai, our honored guests today. They agreed at a very short notice, and something that I want to say about both Dr. Desai and Dr. Mittal is that when it comes to students, they're always agreeing, but they're not so easy to get otherwise. So thank you very much. This conference would not have been possible without the support and blessings of our founder president, who is always behind such events in an invisible way, but his presence is felt. I would also like to thank Dr. Atul Chauhan, our chancellor, who is an inspiration for all of us. I would like to thank Professor Balvinder Shukla, our vice chancellor, who has talked to me many times about the importance of clinical psychology and why it needs to be made more and more empirical and less rational, and that is her focus. I would like to thank Professor Bhatia, who has been behind me, telling me, Rajat, do this, Rajat, do that, and we are all together in this, and she has been a source of support. I would like to thank all the faculty, all the teachers, all the students here who listened attentively and who asked me that, sir, what is it that Dr. Desai and Dr. Mittal are going to speak? And many of them had questions that they wanted to ask, which we cannot field right now because of the paucity of time, but I'm sure that they will be available to come and answer that for us, because today's students have many more questions than our generation had. And I think Dr. Desai has already given our age and our things so that, you know that how much more older we are to you. So thank you everyone for being there, and thank you specifically once again for the guests and the faculty and the students for organizing this. Thank you.
I'm taking this moment to say something, which is, it's always an honor being here. But on Sunday, Rajat and I were at a conclave to mark the World Mental Health Day. The conclave is, I'll make it brief. The Rotary International, which is a worldwide organization, has given this call this year and for the next year too, to make mental health their focus. So Rotary India, we are working very closely with them, and from Cosmos Institute of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences and the World Federation for Mental Health, a campaign is being launched, which is going to be 1 year long across the country. So it's going to ask each one of you as volunteers or in any capacity to join in. And I'll come formally to your departments, ma'am, for that. The campaign also is looking at training about 100,000 volunteers and people in psychological first aid. You're going to be psychologists, but in psychological first aid, lay persons, to become first responders to mental health issues. And then this is going to be taken at an international level. Talks are on, I cannot commit this, but Rotary might look at it by taking it up at the international level. And I might tell you that the Pulse Polio campaign began with Rotary and WHO. So what they're looking at now is partnering WFMH to take it up and work through for the next 5-10 years with every country in the world. Where we reach, we don't know, but it starts from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to be motivated and work forward in our field. Now, I would like to request HOI ma'am, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, and Dr. Rushi ma'am and Dr. Harvinder ma'am to please come forward and felicitate our guest of honor. Please give sir a huge round of applause. Sir has been contributing immensely in the field of psychology and psychiatry. Thank you, sir. A huge round of applause once again, dear students. We'll start with our first technical session in 10 minutes. In the meantime, I would request Dr. Rushi to quickly share the highlights of awareness activities. Acha, we'll do it later because of paucity of time after the technical session 1. Yeah. All the students will be seated for technical session.
We'll start after 10 minutes.
We'll start in 10 minutes. All the CRs can use this time to take attendance. So one CR will be at the door and nobody will leave the auditorium without the attendance as well as the technical session 1. No movements in the hall, please. Even if you want to use restroom, please don't move like that. CRs, please take care.
ये सारे मेरे बच्चे हैं। मिलकर देखेंगे। देखो कैसे भाग रहे हैं।
Please, minimum movement in the hall. Don't carry your bags from here.
सौम्या जो बच्चे बाहर है ना उनको भी अंदर बुला लो। और ये
I can see girls walking with the bags.
हाँ, वो
Remain seated, everybody.
जो बच्चे बाहर
We are starting the session. Shubhra, can you give me the photographs? Forward on my number. Thank you. Why are you moving out? Please close the doors. I see bachelor students, section B and C, area all empty. Why? Why is it vacant? So we'll check if the students are not here, we'll definitely hold their attendance also. It's not that you're signing the sheet and walking out of the auditorium. That side, towards the end. Sandhya ma'am, lot of students are moving out. Please ask them to settle no. Why are they walking out? What happened, girls? No, you're not allowed to go. We have whole. Guys, we have the entire program scheduled with different classes also. So your session is in the morning and second half we have another student session. Please don't move out. Please sit down, girls. Don't argue. Settle down. Vanna, which section are these girls from? Bachelor's की हैं? अब इधर से नहीं वो उधर से निकल के जा रहे हैं। देखो, I can see all these girls moving out. And see, they just walked from here and there, and then 7 girls left. Who are the CRs of this section? Can I have the CRs here? See, if you are walking also, everything is live. It is muted at present, but we can actually capture the faces and the names also. Ma'am, I request all our dignitaries to please come on dais. We have with us Dr. Desai, Dr. Raheja, Dr. Sharmila Chatterjee, ma'am, Dr. Ananya, and Miss Swati. I request all our dignitaries to please come on dais. We are starting with technical session 1, and it's a panel discussion on the theme ensuring mental health is a universal human right. I would like to request Dr. Rushi ma'am to please. A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries on dais. I now would like to invite Dr. Rushi to introduce our panelists for the session. Ma'am, please come.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, all are feeling fresh, prepared for the panel discussion. Okay, so we would love to have a interactive session also. If anybody would like to participate, you are most welcome for that. So, without wasting much time, I'll come directly to the eminent speakers for today panel discussion. So, as we are discussing that the theme this year is mental health is a universal human right. So, we just thought to have a panel discussion on ensuring mental health as a universal human right. So, we'll be discussing about different challenges and the outcome and the way forward for the same. Parallelly, though, we are organizing many awareness activities in the community as well, because the theme does not signify only that, we need to protect the rights of the people with mental illness. We have to ensure that, that is our right. It is our basic right for every citizen to having that high standard of attainable mental health. So, the students and the faculty from the Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, they are organizing various awareness activities for students and adolescents, for young adults and old people, and also for the caregivers. So there are many awareness programs for the caregivers in different parts of Delhi NCR. There are many workshops to be conducted for the teachers and the parents, and also some awareness, sensitization and support program for the old age population. So we have a very eminent expert speakers for this panel discussion. So we have Dr. N.G. Desai. So I welcome, first of all, I welcome all the panelists to this panel discussion. So we are celebrating as the World Mental Health Day to promote the health across the nation for all the people. So sir is a psychiatrist, very senior psychiatrist, and have been an excellent academician, researcher and administrator. He's MD in psychiatry, MPH from USA and MRC Syed from UK. He is a senior consultant psychiatrist and a former director of Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Science. Sir, the panelists are new. So very briefly. So he's a qualified public health professional with the public service academic career of more than 40 years. And he served at IBHAS Delhi for 23 years, initially as a head of Department of Psychiatry and Medical Superintendent, and then as a director from 2001 to 21. So I was privileged enough to work under his leadership, his able leadership, when I was in IBHAS for more than 7-8 years. Sir has requested me not to go into the detail, as you have already gone through his very rich profile in the morning. So I'll come directly to Dr. Raheja, who is also a very senior psychiatrist and who has been associated with the field of mental health for over a decade. He's a founder and director of Rehabilitation Center, the Hope Foundation. So the center today provides residential and OPD services for the wide range of psychiatric disorders. Dr. Deepak Raheja is continuously strive for the cause of mentally ill on the street and the psychological and basic upkeep aspects of street children. He's a senior advisor of many media houses, including CNN, IBN, NDTV, Doordarshan, Hindustan Times, and Times of India. He was also General Secretary, Delhi Psychiatric Society. And then we have with us the Miss Sharmila Chatterjee, who is the principal of Billabong High International School. Ma'am is the principal of this school since a long time. She is also alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. She has also been a part of Australia-India Teacher Exchange Program. Ms. Chatterjee is an educationalist who stands dedicated and committed to the promotion of child-centered education. So I'm just giving this detail for the chairperson, Dr. Anji Desai. So he may go through the profile. So during her illustrations career of more than 3 decades, she has been in leadership position for the last 15 years, heading prestigious institution in the National Capital Region. She's a master trainer of life skills for CBSE, and she's also involved in the integration of life skill in the curriculum of various schools at national level. She undertook many outreach programs to help community and sensitize students and teachers toward addressing issues concerning community development. She firmly believes in inclusive education and upholds that each child is unique and that the educational system should facilitate and address the uniqueness and individuality of each child. She has played a vital role in the member of the committee headed by Director Academic CBSE for the implementation of parameters set by Standard Setting Authority, that is SSA, towards NEP implementation task. She is a part of cadre of mentors, assessors in the pilot committee of school quality assessment and assurance also. Let me tell you that she is double master. So she had a master in history and then she is also did his masters in human rights. So that's how I just thought to invite her for today's discussion. Then we have with us Dr. Ananya Sinha, who is the founder, director and chief clinical psychologist of Therapy Heal Private Limited, a global mental health service platform. She is a trauma-informed LGBTQ affirmative clinical psychologist with over 13 years of experience. She is an international affiliate member of the American Psychological Association and the member of the Global Clinical Practice Network of World Health Organization, and also a member of Society for Psychotherapy Research Europe chapter. She pursued her MPhil in clinical psychology from IBHAS, and she did her PhD from NIMHANS. And she is a recipient of the Presidential Faculty Fellowship, Wington University, the United States of America. Her doctoral work delved into ethical aspects of psychotherapy and counseling. She has also held teaching position at various universities. And basically this Therapy Heal, sir, it's an organization or it's a platform which is providing psychiatric and therapy services across the globe. So they have also collaborated with international organizations to make affordable and competent medical care which may be accessible to the entire world. Then we have with us Ms. Swati Shankar, who is a social activist and advocate at the Supreme Court. She is also a member of the Supreme Court Bar Association, Bar Council of Delhi, Saket Bar Association, and UP Rera Bar Association. Rashtriya Mahamantri, Rashtriya Sanyukti Adhivikta Manch, National Legal Advisor, Real Help Bureau NGO, National Vice President, Akhil Bharatiya Mahila Sangh, Shakti Sangh, and she has several articles on women empowerment and women reservation in the parliament. Winner of several awards. Recent one is the Nari Ratan on Women's Day 2023. In the list of 50 most powerful women of India by Zee News, won Best Singer Award in Delhi, Lady Hardin Lawyers Meet 2022. So we hope to hear you, ma'am, sometime in between when students will get bored. So we would like to hear your voice for a while. So just be prepared for that. She is also among the top 10 women icon award to 2021 Hindustan Times. The Real Superwoman Award 2020 by FSIA. She is an experienced skilled in criminal law, family law, negotiation, bank cases, and have a very strong legal professional background. Let me tell you that she's also a mother of a star, Miss Teen India 2021, who was also the Queen of Cosmos 2022, who is also with us while sitting in the audience. Yeah, can you stand a while? She joined us on World Health Day also for a while. Yeah, most welcome to you as well. So she's doing LLM and her research is on the human rights. So I welcome you all to this panel discussion. Let's have a very healthy, fruitful panel discussion. I hope that by the end of this discussion, we will reach to some conclusion. And our team has decided to celebrate this day by, just especially to organize this panel discussion. So I hope that we will arrive at some concrete recommendations based on the discussion today as an outcome of today's proceeding, and formulate the plausible guidelines regarding good practices for promotion of mental health and well-being of the employees, students, community outreach programs as well, that may be adopted by the university also. So thank you very much for gracing the occasion and sparing your time here. So let me start with the simple background. Can we start from you, sir, or should we start from the, because they're just.
Before to be the dessert as compared to this.
Yeah, just. Okay.
Alongside.
Okay, so just one thought which is coming to my mind, that though India has taken steps as the National Mental Health Program 1982 and the District Mental Health Program 1992, Dr. Desai was very much, he was actively participated in that National Mental Health Program in UMHP chapter also. So more than 5 years we have come up with the Mental Health Care Act 2017. However, its implementation has lots of issues. We all are aware of that. So according to WHO, people with mental health conditions, they experience a wide range of human rights violations. What can be done to safeguard the rights of mentally ill people? So we will be discussing about some common barriers or the challenges of individuals who are facing while accessing the services of mental health in view of Mental Health Care Act also. And I think we should start by reviewing the Mental Health Care Act 2017. Especially, I would just request Dr. Desai to initiate the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rushi. Ab I better? Sit with us. We have a very eminent lawyer, activist, and many other things on our panel, and so some part of what I'm going to start by saying is something that we would like her reflection on. But I don't know if some of you, or more than some of you who are especially psychology students, ever wonder why should there be a need for a law related to mental health. A lot of my medical colleagues and Dr. Deepak Raja's medical colleagues and surgical colleagues, our psychiatric people keep arguing, practice their specialty without any legal control. I mean, a cardiologist goes about his or her job, an obstetrician goes about his or her job. There are only a few areas to recall the larger picture: Organ Donation Act, and a few other areas, the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, the Prenatal Determination of Sex. And those are the few areas where there is some legal regulation. Very briefly, I understand that the need for legal oversight and control is largely a result of the history. I had referred to that in my talk earlier also, the Second World War, but a whole lot of abuses and violation of rights of persons with mental illness that used to happen in the old style asylums across the world was one part that human race began to take notice of and be concerned about. But in the Second World War, unfortunately, the Axis, the then Germany, Italy and Japan, in Germany particularly under the guy Adolf Hitler, there was a lot of experimentation and a deliberate, well-planned scientific experiment, scientific in inverted commas, about the brain and the mind. Whole lot of them that were considered very abusive and violative once the World War was over and the data began to come forth. And so the whole idea of bioethics, at least those involved in healthcare, mainly physicians at that point of time, but over time it's got enlarged to all healthcare professionals, began to take shape in the 50s. And in 1964 was the Helsinki Declaration for the three basic principles of bioethics. Autonomy of the individual. Every person has a right to decide for himself or herself. Justice, that there should be equitable distribution of resources, of services, whatever. And what was considered very crucial, non-malfeasance. Do no harm. In the 70s, a fourth principle got added with the idea that non-malfeasance is not enough. Whatever a healthcare professional or a care provider in any setting, indeed, but certainly in a healthcare setting, does must be beneficial. So it's not enough to say, I give you these medicines or I give you this therapy. At least it will cause no harm. It might benefit you or it might not, but be sure it will not do any harm. That is not okay after the fourth principle of beneficence was added. I individually believe, and I put it to my colleagues on the panel as well as all of you young minds to reflect later or respond now or both. What through the later part of the 20th century was considered ethics, which was the middle point on a spectrum of individual morality to ethics to law. Law was something that was strictly to be adhered to and you could be punished if you did adhere to it. Ethics was more of a set of guidelines will be desirable to follow. If you don't follow, maybe your employer or your professional association will say, hey, look, you're not behaving well. You better behave more ethically. To individual moral values. And certainly to you, ma'am. My point, I would like you to respond and others also is, gradually, for whatever reason, good or bad and otherwise, whatever was in the ethical form of guidelines is now moving right towards codified law. So by now, what was considered as desirable for you or me to do as a mental health care provider is now considered a must. It was a can or a should. By now, it's a must. Including, and I just realized as Dr. Rishi was saying what she was saying, a lot of other issues of human rights of persons with mental illness might or might not affect many of you directly now or in your long-term career, unless you work with people with severe mental disorders and in mental health institutions like IBAS or some others. But one issue of human rights that often gets overlooked and is now codified in law is confidentiality and the right to privacy. And I dare say, I'm going out on a limb and saying that unfortunately our society and most of its organs, except for some very alert ones, and professionals often do not even realize when we are violating confidentiality. Let me give you a simple example and reflect on this. If you're already doing some case studies in the centers that you go to or in the community work, the commonest question that I have faced for 40 odd years and in the training before that, when I go to a party or have an old boys get together, is to say, oh, you are a psychiatrist, huh? Tell us some interesting case. And I've always declined and refused to discuss anything in response to that. In the hostel, if you are discussing cases for non-academic purposes, in my book and I think in the law, that would be violative of the confidentiality. Discussion of cases is permissible only for strictly academic or professional reasons. And we keep doing that. Go to any hospital, government, private, corporate, you will have corridor discussions between physicians and psychiatrists or psychiatrists and psychologists about, oh, that so-and-so person, this is what happened to her, this is what we did. That's violative. This idea of confidentiality relates to that ethical value of autonomy. And so, in some cultures like ours, while we have huge positive values, confidentiality and privacy and boundaries has not been a great asset. But I think in the 21st century, all of us in the society and certainly healthcare providers and mental health care service providers, all the more, need to begin to recognize the value of confidentiality, privacy, and boundaries. That's one thing I'd like to flag. The law that Dr. Rishi has asked me to talk about, the last was in 1987. The 2017 Act, Mental Health Care Act, is very controversial. It's controversial because the UNCRPD, United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability in 2006, that Indian government signed in 2007 and Parliament ratified in 2008, requires all of us to follow whatever values and articles are enshrined in UNCRPD. A lot of us in psychiatry and the family members of persons with mental illness believe that actually is very cumbersome and not applicable to Indian settings. I think it's a melting pot. I think we're all learning. I sincerely believe that we are all learning. And before I finish with IBAS, we did implement MHA 2017 in IBAS from 2018 to 2021. It continues. I think we should not, any one of us, have a very fixed, closed mind about it. There is an obligation to follow the international law and convention, but there is also a compelling need to contextualize in Indian or South Asian situation how those principles can be implemented. A person with schizophrenia being looked after by the family is a reality in this part of the world, is far from reality in the Western world. And so the whole issue of rights of persons with mental illness, rights of family members, and the other groups of professionals involved is a melting pot. I think we will all learn about it. I have said this on record many years ago and repeatedly. Like many other laws of this era, 2017 Mental Health Care Act, if at all you feel uncomfortable about it, if you hear negative comments about it, I suggest just remember one thing. It's aspirational. It's very ambitious, thereby making it fairly unrealistic in the current ground situation. For example, mental health care is a right. This theme of mental health for everyone, universal right, is of course the WHO theme for this year, but Indian Parliament enacted and the President assented to the Act, which says in Section 18 that every person with mental disorder must get the fullest form of mental health care from identification to rehab, regardless of the social class. And the government should in fact pay for it. Please let me remind you, healthcare in this country is not a right as yet. Healthcare is a desirable principle in the 2017 health policy. So in some ways we can be proud in the field of mental health, that we are ahead of even the rest of the health field. Mental health care is an enforceable legal right. Healthcare is not a right, but there are a lot of criticisms to this. Similarly, there are a whole lot of provisions which may not meet the ground reality right now, but they are aspirational, as I've been told by many bureaucrats and politicians, and say, Daksa, please understand that it's what we aspire to be. But the difficulty is that when you make a legal provision that's aspirational, there can be difficulties because any one of us can be hauled up in a court of law for violating that. So if some of you are going to practice clinical mental health, please be aware of the difficulties of the current legal provisions, the tightrope or the thin line that we have to walk, and not to get into legal trouble. Yes, sir. Please, that's wonderful. You should get a microphone perhaps, shouldn't you? Yeah. Cricket खेलते हो? I do. You haven't seen me in full action yet.
I'm getting that.
Hello.
You have not experienced the Indian system of doing that. Hello, check, test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Both.
Rather, looking for the ambitiousness of the act, we should work on the ground principles and the ground work and the ground labor in order to build a act that is quite beneficial for the economy and for the country.
Do you drive a motorcycle?
Yeah,
Do you always wear a helmet?
mostly.
See, that's where there is very good scientific evidence that head injury prevents huge number of, helmet prevents a whole lot of head injury and other injuries. So there was a point of time in this country that most of you youngsters may not remember, there was no law. And initially when the helmet rule and law came into force, there was a lot of issue about this is the Indian summer में helmet पहन के कैसे गाड़ी चलाएंगे, बहुत गर्मी होती है. Then the law changed to saying even the pillion guy should have, right? So now you will see the person getting also one more helmet. The point that I'm making, my friend, is you're perhaps also going to the other extreme. Like I agreed, and I hope it's clear, aspirational laws can create problems, and so they should be a little more reality oriented. But if you make laws only from the ground reality, then change that should happen doesn't happen. So desirable behavior change, be it traffic or be it mental health or be it corruption or anything else, right? So please realize that we always have to be a good mix of both. For whatever reasons, and largely because of UNCRPD, the compelling international convention, the Indian mental health law has ended up being aspirational. There's already a lot of debate in NHRC, a lot of platforms to say, make it more realistic. But agar Delhi, Bombay mein, in today's world, if there was no traffic management, we'll have a serious problem, right? The lady had something.
Sir, you talked about privacy. So in Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, it's already mentioned that people who are ill have the right to privacy and dignity, which comes from their right to life. So what is your point on that? Like, how do you relate mental health, privacy and confidentiality? Okay.
Like I said, I say exaggerated. I hope my lawyer colleague will agree and I'll hand it to her. In fact, like I said, this culture will have to make a little more conscious effort to see that we are not violating privacy or confidentiality. Let's face it, in our families, in our upbringing, talking about neighbor, talking about some uncle's, daughter who ran away with somebody who is LGBTQ community is not considered an issue of privacy. We need to start realizing that. So there is no doubt about that, privacy and confidentiality.
You are talking about Article 21. So that is right to life. And the thing is this, if you talk about the question you are asking, it exactly means that society should be more compassionate and it should be more considerate and kind towards the patient. That is the thing. They just gossip. The problem is not with the constitution and the articles. The problem is with the society. The society needs to change. That is what I feel.
Okay, so ma'am, recently I was chairing a conference, WHO, I was the head chair, and the delegate of India clearly mentioned what are the strategies and how are we implementing it. As clearly mentioned by you, the society is the problem. So how India is, taking the putting forward implementations and how it is executing this thing, basically. That is my question.
Biggest example is that today we are gathered here. We have gathered here to create awareness. The key is to create awareness amongst each other. Yeah, sure.
Can I say this in a lighter way, but seriously, please? I say this to quite a few such groups, and I mean it. I say this in the presence of my contemporaries also. See, the advantage of being on this side of the table and above the age of 45 or 50 or 60 is directly or indirectly, and I'm explicit enough to say so, We could not do it much. Now you guys better do it. Okay, I have another question there before we go on. Are there, was there a reference from Sunil Mittal or myself about the term persons with mental illness? PMI? See, you no longer say schizophrenic, bipolar, alcoholic, all of that. The neutral, ethically, legally agreeable term is persons with mental illness, PMI, or P capital, W small, M capital, I capital. Okay? Now, if you're familiar with that term, I have a question that I would raise. Is there any non-PMI here? Does anyone claim to be non-PMI? Rajat, you get the hint. See, the old British textbook of psychiatry that has been used from 30s and 40s till 70s and 80s, now of course the other transatlantic nation has taken over, had this to say, and I keep recalling this. I don't know if you remember Magros. Magros' book said, published from 30s, 40s to revised till 70s or 80s, lifetime expectancy for a mental disorder is 96%. The possibility that any one of us or any human being during his or her lifetime will at least once, if not more, time develop a diagnosable, worthy of treatment mental health problem is 96%. So, like Deepak is very familiar with, and we have been discussing this a few times in the last few years, there are two things that I have learned from the field of larger disability that I work with. One of which is, first, we are all temporarily abled. Let's give up this distinction of us or them. In the morning, I spoke about 1 out of 4, 1 out of 10, but that is at a point of time, 25%, 10%, okay? One country has 50%. But if you consider life course, all of us have been there or are going to be there. The moment you have that, the whole issue of respect for privacy, confidentiality, respect for the person, not stigmatizing persons with mental health problem will hopefully come much easier, if not automatically. Right? That any one of us, it could be any one of us. And allow me to say this, Rushi as far as witnessed it, Dr. Deepak has also worked with us long ago. In the semi-closed or the closed wards of IBAS, before we transformed to more open facilities, the old style mental hospital, I used to keep saying to my training teams, and say, look, that gentleman there or that lady who you are looking after now could well be one of your family members or one of you. So stop seeing the mental health care providers and our clients in this manner. We're all here at one level. The moment you have that acceptance, the whole lot of stigma, the whole lot of violation of rights will naturally not happen. The other thing from disability field that I've learned, if you are exposed to that to an extent, is equally, if not a shade more important. Nothing about us without us. So policies for hearing impaired, visually impaired, locomotor disabled, policies for people with intellectual impairment, or policies for people with mental illness cannot be decided by 5 of us sitting here or in Nirman Bhavan or Shastri Bhavan. That table must have not only the legal activists and experts, but also family members of mentally ill persons themselves recovering or recovered. Please.
I will just give an example of what respected sir have said. Like these days, OCD is a very common problem. So many of our colleagues and friends and even family members, they have this problem. And rather than making fun, one should realize that they are having a problem and they need some kind of treatment for that. Maybe a therapy, maybe some medicine that sir better knows and doctors know more than us. But the thing is to realize that it is a problem. So rather than just mocking upon them, we should help them. So that is what I said to you also, that we need to be more compassionate and more considerate. The kindness is the thing, and just we should understand that they are having a problem. rather than. One thing, just, sorry, you continue. I think there is one student who wants to speak.
Oh, okay.
So after this question from the student, I would like to invite the principal ma'am, especially because with reference to the recent suicides in Kota and otherwise also the NCRB data is signifying that, suicides are increasing day by day. It's very high among the adolescents. So how can the educational institution can ensure the mental health standard? So what initiative you people are taking in the school for the mental health well-being of students in general? So we'll have a very short discussion about that. Yes, please.
So my question is to sir. In the morning speech, he actually said about when he was doing 1 to 10, 1 to 50, whatever it was, like 2 to 4 and 1 to 4. So in that you said who will diagnose who? Isn't that a direct, contradiction of what you said earlier?
Wait. Most of you have read Freud. You know mature defenses. What is one of the most mature defenses? Humor. Mental health professionals need to learn humor even to get important messages across. So catch the essential part of it, not the other part. Okay. जो important part है वो समझे कि भाई ओवर साइकियाट्रिजाइजेशन सोसाइटी का करोगे तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी, स्टिग्मा और बढ़ेगा. That's the point to be made.
And why not, when you said that people, when we discuss about the rights of people, why not a mentally ill person who's ill that time? Why not that person at the table? Or even a mentally ill person has rationality. Even they can think clearly. Then why are we not including them but a recovered person in the table? Of course, they can be dangerous, but then we can also look at people who are not dangerous, like me. I'm sitting here. I've been sitting here for the whole of time.
In fact, you're allowing me to bring back to the table what Dr. Rishi had initially asked. What a lot of psychiatrists are mental health professionals and even family members of persons with mental illness in India are very uncomfortable, if not angry about, is one provision in the new act. That is capacity assessment. And again, Madam Lawyer will be able to explain that a step further, but capacity for decision making. So exactly as you are saying, even if I am taken to IBAS Emergency or O Foundation or Dr. Sunil Mittal's nursing home in a state of mania or in a state of paranoid schizophrenia, the law requires that it must be assessed whether I have the capacity to make decisions or not. The old style synchrony between law and mental health used to be that once you have a diagnosis, it is presumed that you don't have capacity. It's an either or, black or white phenomena. Okay, that's no longer so. What you read about and learn about inside, in fact, this is one of the things that we keep trying to emphasize to psychiatric colleagues. Don't confuse insight, a clinical concept, with capacity, a legal concept. So the new law has the provision of what you are saying. And yes, in fact, I'll tell you something interesting again. In your sensitivity, you shouldn't get this wrong. But at one point of time, about 10 years ago, I happened to be the convener of one of the planning commission, what was then planning commission, or now Niti Aayog, for all disabilities.
Okay.
Convener for a group on rehab. And we had actually invited somebody known to me, a person with mental illness, for those discussions. Like you are saying, even if somebody is somewhat symptomatic. Again, the fun part is humor was, and this really happens to be a good friend, in that official meeting, around the table in RCI, she would actually go ahead and have frank abuses in English or Hindi.
Okay.
Okay, while making a point passionately and say, you people don't understand what we go through, people with schizophrenia. And then, and like that wink in the parliament, if some of you remember, she would sit next to me and say, Nimesh, I have the liberty to say what I want to. You can't.
So not everyone is like that. Even I'm asking a question, I'm asking it respectfully, if I can say so. I'm sorry to say that.
Bilkul say. Please understand, humor will require some amount of appreciation of the deeper reality. You make a point humorously, but retain the serious point. Yeah? Legal capacity.
All right, so to address the question asked by Dr. Rushi, well, in the past 5 to 7 years, I would say that a lot of transformation is happening in the school education system with relation especially to mental health. And as you asked, the unfortunate incidents that's been happening in the country, where we are losing out important youth to things which are, I find them absolutely illogical, because your degree, your knowledge does not define you. But how does it start? Where does it, begin from? As a school, I think it begins the moment a toddler walks into the school environment. We have to build up the environment across right from there on and till the child passes out. So you walk in as a toddler at 2+ and 3+, and you walk out at 18+. Now, when you walk out, you do have a lot of certificate and a lot of excellence awards, etc., in various subjects and disciplines that you study. But eventually, what do you look forward to? And as a school also, what do we look forward to? What do you become? What is it that you do next? Right? But do we take that decision in grade 12th? Or can we start early? Right? So as a school, what we do is we believe in imparting life skills. As described by WHO, the 10 life skills are an integral part of our education system, which means self-awareness, right? Empathy, interpersonal relationship, intrapersonal relationship, decision-making, problem-solving, critical thinking, and many more. If you are already imbibed with these life skills and you are practicing them in your everyday life, not only in school, with your relationship with your peers, with your parents, with your seniors, and everybody around, and you have the capacity to deal with situations which you may not be familiar with. From adolescent behavior itself, I feel you become equipped to deal with toughest of situations in your life, because life is very, very, it's something which is very unfamiliar. We don't know what's going to happen next, right? How do we deal with the situation? That's what life skill is all about. How do we deal with that situation? And as Dr. Desai just said, what we couldn't do, we are now putting it across to you all, but that's what we all need. We need our youth to be resilient. We need our youth to be informed about themselves, about their strengths, because that is what defines you. And if you have been able to identify your strengths and you've been able to identify your area of concern, nobody can defeat you in what you wish to achieve. But your goals have to be realistic. And if you have effective communication system, and if we have a strong family value system where you're discussing across dinner tables that, okay, I want to be an RJ. I don't wish to be an engineer like you, Dad, or I don't want to be a doctor like you, my mother. I want to be a truck driver. I want to be an RJ. I want to be something else. And if that, for the parent to soak in will take a little while, yes, but at least they'll get mentally prepared that this could be a possibility. The entire professional zone has changed in the last 10 years. We never thought AI is going to take out, they'll be ruling our lives now. But as teachers, even we are evolving ourselves. So when, as a school, we are preparing our children that, okay, when you're going ahead, you have plan A, you must have plan B and plan C also in place. It's perfectly fine if you're not able to get through plan A. There is plan B, there is plan C, because there is always hope. I think if we are able to give this kind of life skill to our children in school, we will be able to avoid unfortunate incidents like these.
I'm reminded of a small TV ad that I seem to have registered very strongly. Most people seem to have missed. I think it has gone off the air, in line with what ma'am is saying. You guys certainly might do well to learn from the previous generation if you like, but certainly previous generation has a lot to learn. This TV ad was great. A father enters a son's room knocking and says, "Son, can I sit down?" He says, "Yes, of course, Dad, sit down." He says, "Now next month you are turning 16. So I think we should talk about sex." And the son says, "Yes, Dad, tell me, what do you want to know?" That's the reality, especially with the information. But Dr. Nikunj is the initial commencement, and then Ananya, of course, he has been very.
So there is very important question from Ananya, Dr. Ananya, like we are entering to the digital era and the third parties are involved when it comes to the therapy sessions and all. So I just want to know that how do you maintain those issues of confidentiality and privacy while in that forum? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rushi, for the question. And I'm so honored to be part of the panel, particularly with Dr. Desai. And it just reminded me back to our first class in IPAS when we introduced the concept of ethics. And today also he started with that. So thank you, sir. And I think I will tie the answer to ethics because it's all there. So when we are talking about ethics and there being these aspects of beneficence, non-maleficence, autonomy, justice, integrity. These are the foundational principles. So while we are now moving towards the digitalization of mental health service providing platforms, I think the basic principles are the same. The reason why privacy is a right is because autonomy is the foundational principle of ethical care. So when we are moving into, when we are trying to understand the aspect of confidentiality and privacy, first we need to ask ourselves as mental health practitioners why this is important. Somebody was asking what is the best way of, delivering these kind of training. I think a value-based training is extremely essential where we understand the meaning and the importance of confidentiality and privacy. So as a part of my PhD, I developed a training module on ethics, and one of the activities there was that of we asked the entire class to write down their biggest secret in one chit, and then after they've written, we asked them to pass it to the next person, not open, and we instructed that do not open the chit. And then we asked each person who was handing over the chit to the other person that how do you feel now that there is another person sitting beside you? You don't know that person that well. He's holding the biggest secret of your life. How are you feeling about it? And then they said there's so much anxiety. There's so much, we don't know how this person will be using it. We have given the biggest part of our life, of our identity, something we have not shared with even our parents, our closest friends, is with this person. So it's almost like the most safest locker is our therapist or a mental health care provider. So a value-based training is the first thing that we need to understand what it is when we allow another person to hold our biggest secret. So all the other things, how to maintain confidentiality, how to maintain privacy, why it is important, trickles from there. Then the next are all strategies. So when it comes to digital practice, I think there are two aspects to it. One is, of course, the care providing, and then we have to ensure that we are using encrypted platforms. There is a concept of informed consent form, and which should be as detailed as possible. So every mental health care provider should be providing an informed consent form to the client to enlist out what are the steps we are taking in terms of ensuring digital safety. What are the risks still associated? For example, a digital platform can be hacked. So what are the risks associated? A client should be aware of it before consenting to therapy. So the platforms that we are using, we should always strive to be HIPAA compliant, and also ensuring that recording, because it is, like for example, now when we are using Zoom, there is this red button on the left which says recording. So what happens nowadays in Zoom, we are being able to see that, but many times clients record our sessions without us knowing it on their mobile or on other things. Or it's us, it is about the confidentiality of the space. So maybe the client is sitting in their home and the door is not locked and people are just walking in, walking out, and they're saying, they are not listening. So educating the client also the importance of confidentiality and privacy, and that both parties are equally responsible for that. And mentioning that if you're recording, it has to be with consent of both the parties, the therapist and the client. Ensuring that the environment is safe enough and private enough. So what are the things the client will have to do to ensure that the conversation the therapist and the client is having is private, is in a private space? And the next part is also like, while these are the things we can ensure, so psychoeducating the client about the digital space and ensuring privacy in a digital space taking action in terms of, how you're encrypting, how encrypted the platform is. It also goes down to documentation. Sometimes we don't talk about documentation. Now, privacy also lies in documentation. When we are doing it in a digital space, where are you storing it? Are they password protected? Are they encrypted? Who all have access to that? When you're discussing, we have this tendency now to share folders, Google shared platforms. So who all have access to that? So being very aware, and not only aware, I think we are also, it's a very fast technologically changing world. So we also have to be completely up to the mark with these changes so that we are ensuring that security is ensured. So there should be some technical person involved who will also ensure that it is secured. And lastly, I think confidentiality, like sir very rightly mentioned, that confidentiality is not just in the space or about the documentation, it goes out everywhere. We might, like when we are going, sometimes we might have a very stressful day and we might have a urge to share it with our friends, that I got a client who has reported this. And we are thinking, okay, we have masked enough. We have not given any details. We have not given a name, not even the age. But sometimes the presentation itself, the symptoms itself are so unique that it might actually not be adhered or aligned with the principle of confidentiality. So however difficult it is to sometimes hold back the information, I think here we also need to talk about reflective practice among therapists, self-care of therapists, and how we can, we are also holding a lot of information. So sometimes the breach of confidentiality happens because we don't know how to hold so much of information. So there needs to be discussion about these in the supervision spaces, reflective practices there, and these should be made an integral part of training, where we need to think about the impact of what we are doing rather than just following steps of what we should be doing or what we have to do because the laws or the acts or the guidelines say us. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said, Dr. Ananya. When we were talking about the ethics, I think I would like to know from Dr. Raheja that, how do you draw a line from the ethical perspective because you have your own center, or how far you are being able to implement the directives of Mental Health Care Act 2017, just very briefly that, what can be done at a practical level, how to maintain that?
So, thank you very much, and it is a pleasure, privilege, and honor to be here today talking to a very young crowd, which is the future of the country. I presume that a whole lot of you are going to be or studying psychology and going to be mental health professionals. We today have a new law which was passed in 2017. Now, as respected Dr. Desai Saab was saying, we have an MTP Act, we have a prenatal determination of sex act, we have a act that governs the organ donation. Apart from that, people are free to, there's not a law to practice diabetes, there's not a law to practice cardiology, as you were saying. But all these other few acts that we speak about are about, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm not a lawyer, but to the best of my remembrance and knowledge, are about a page and a half. We have an act which is about 25, 30, 35 pages, covering very minutely many aspects of mental health care practice. Now, essentially, ignorance is not a bliss here. We cannot say what the mind does not know or what I do not know, I was not able to do, and I will not get the benefit of doubt there. So we don't have a choice but to be aware of the act that governs our practice. Now, what really happens here is that why an act which is so exhaustive? Because the human right violation does happen with mentally ill all over the world. And that happens starting from discrimination to marginalization to being unempathetic. Just the fact that you are not willing to be sensitive. It's very easy to talk, but right now, if I get up and I take this glass and throw it on one of the audience, and it hurts you, and then you are expected to understand that I'm mentally ill. But at that point, out of anger, you are bound to say, "Arey pagal ka ilaj karao le ja," because you're hurt, you're hurting. Now, please understand that I would not do this out of just a whim or a fancy. I mean, I have gone to the extent of saying what happened in the Nirbhaya case, the brutality, one of them was 15 or 16-year-old, the brutality with which it was done, definitely. And when you say it on TV, a lot of social activists say, "Oh, you are calling them mentally ill." But to my mind, Vikrit Mansikta, they are bimar to another level. And I think the society also needs to eventually, futuristic, aspirational, to stand up and to also be able to provide rehabilitative services to them. Who would do that? This is gory. This is unimaginable. Pedophilia, the violence, and these are mentally people all around, all over. Like Dr. Desai rightly said, person with mental illness, PMI. I have not suffered from an episode, or I have not had contracted pyrexia or fever in the last 15 days. Can any one of us say that I will not be sick or not have fever in the next 15 days? So, quoting him, and of course this comes from, and that's a statement that I'm very fond of, I'm temporarily abled, I do not know what's going to happen, so do not do to another what you would not have done to yourself. So empathy here, to my mind, has to be unconditional. The new act talks about advance directive. It talks about nominated representative. It is a right-based act. Now I draw a paradigm and I take it to the current WFMH theme, WHO theme for 2023, which is mental health is a universal right for all. And I here stand corrected to a statement that I am very fond of, and I publicly acknowledge and I stand to correct myself, because ever since I read this, I've been thinking, because when in my clinic somebody will ask me, "Doctor, do you think therapy is required?" And I'll turn around and say, "Well, therapy is a luxury, even I'll benefit from it." I stand here today to change that it is not a luxury. It is a right, and a developing country where the world watches us today. We are progressive, we are developing, we are moving towards a 5 trillion economy, and with the government now waking up, Telemanas, the new tele helpline that's launched by the government of India, has a huge amount of weightage on mental health. That's a lot of expenditure. The government is now waking up from a time where the health budget used to be a meager percentage, where mental health budget would not even stand. The government today, yesterday, sir, we were together when we were listening to Dr. Paul from Niti Aayog, and two subtle suggestions. He said, "Please come to my office, talk about it." Now, of course, what happens and what is said, there are many, many bureaucratic hurdles to it, but at least the government is waking up to the fact. Mental health being a universal right. I take back to Abraham Maslow, where he draws a hierarchy. And at the bottom of the hierarchy, he talks about food, hunger, sex being the basic biological need. And as we go up, we talk about security and social recognition. And to the highest pyramid, the highest top tier of the pyramid, he talks about need for actualization. And I go on today to implore to integrate that need for actualization with the basic mental health need of a human being, which is now the Act says, and I'm drawing not just to UN DCPR as was quoting, but I go back to the first convention of UN 1948, where the first Charter of Human Rights was drawn, even though it explicitly did not talk about mental health. But if you go on to read it, it began to say things about we have a right to live in peace and we should relate to each other with a sense of brotherhood. And then I take it forward to 1966, the Covenant on Economic and Social Forum, where it spoke about that, it first time explicitly spoke about the mental health being all individuals are equal and they have a right to live in a state of harmony and mental health with each other. To now 2006, and India being a signatory to it, There are obvious hurdles and people have gone on to calculate. I'm not the man from economics, but people from economics have gone on to say if the current Mental Health Act was to be implemented in full spirit and practice, the cost of implementing that will be 95,000 crores. The government will not have that kind of budget for a long, long time. But can an act be aspirational? I would take the courage to disagree from Desai, but he's right. Having said that, he's right that as we move up, how can a right be aspirational? But I'm excited about some aspects of it. But in the Indian context, the advance directive, the nominated representative, lay down the basic denominator of how I would like to be cared and not cared for if I became mentally ill, which means that if I would not be able to decide for myself, but it also empowers me to nominate Dr. Mitra to be my nominated representative. But he's not my family. And my family may be able to see many aspects. And of course, there are riders here, there are fine prints here. The family may also be biased. But a friend may also be biased because they may be money, and if I'm mentally ill, then somebody can apply for custodianship, guardianship, can take over. So all these fears then come into not just discrimination, but abuse, for patients languishing in mental health institutions for a long time. Having worked in IBHAS almost 25 years back now, I remember when Dr. Desai came in as a director, the first thing that he empowered and worked towards was deinstitutionalization. The patients lying there for a long time, it suits the family not to accept them. But the current act talks about halfway home. At least it's progressive. If I'm in a halfway home, I have access to internet, I have access to a phone line, I have access to being able to go out. Something may happen to me, but that's okay. Something may happen to all of us. In that fear, let there be a committee, and that committee is the Mental Health Review Board. It is not a court, because when I go to a court, I'm anxious. But when I go to a committee, I also have one Dr. Desai sitting there along with a judge. And I had the privilege and pleasure on serving on a couple of these MHRBs with Dr. Desai. And we could actually relate to a lot of situations in a friendly way that's unimaginable, with the judge being there as a part of it in the most friendly way. That would encourage society to be progressive, to be able to talk, to be able to reach out. And the exploitation automatically will then stop. It will begin to cease. So I think it is very important for us to understand that it can happen to me. If I have the guts to wear a t-shirt where I say, what if I have bipolar? So what? If I was to believe some of the Western, very profoundly noted mental health practitioners, they've gone around to say some very radical things, to the extent of saying that if all the criteria for bipolar were to be applied, possibly 95% of human race would qualify to be bipolar. We all have our mood swings, ups and downs. So I think it is very important for us to be stakeholders, to work in tandem, because the current theme talks about taking it to the community. It talks about implementing the Mental Health Act. It talks about possibly gives guidelines and cues for us to be able to, like somebody was saying yesterday, to be able to utilize the Anganwadi workers. If they can knock on the doors and administer or inquire about polio, and we could then eradicate polio, why cannot we use that astute network that is already in place and then start screening for mental health issues, mental illnesses, and nip them in the bud, identify where it begins at the home, those anxiety disorders. I mean, the current stats say that 23% of the disability years go in the morbidity of mental illness. 1 in 8 person is possibly suffering from a mental illness. 1 in 3 of them would never have access to any mental health care service of whatsoever, the most primary kind, including faith healers who are possibly in very primitive way trying to provide some kind of assistance. So with that, I reach out to all of us to agree to be stakeholders and work towards formulating understanding and then working towards helping them with the most profound empathy. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to respond to you anyway. Go ahead. I hope I got you right, but that's what Dr. Deepak Raja was referring to. In the new act, rather than the power to commit somebody to treatment or give treatment being left to only a psychiatrist or only a magistrate, either of them can falter. There is a mechanism of what is called a mental health review board. The presiding officer is a current or a retired district judge. There is a psychiatrist, there is a social worker, there is a user or carer of mental health service. So it's a group of 4 or 5 people who will take everything into consideration, talk about the capacity of the person, and then decide. That's the whole issue, that if my rights are to be even temporarily curtailed, then let there be a group consensual decision about, okay, I am unwell enough so that my rights be curtailed. But let me respond to you something else, my friend. What Dr. Dareja was saying and what you had raised initially and what a few others had raised, again, I hope you get the humor and the seriousness part of it both. Move forward with your feet on the ground but head in the clouds. Dream big, dream aspirational. Actually, we agree there, we don't differ. Dream aspirational, except that you'll have to be aware of where it can falter. And I'm just checking with my lawyer friend. For those of you, if you are concerned, and especially where Dr. Rishi had begun this part of the discussion, the dangers of the new law. Like all good laws, there is a specific provision for protection of action taken in good faith. So like the Good Samaritan law, you have a specific provision in the Act for anything that you do, if it is established it was done in good faith, then you will not be punishable for it. So there is always those provisions. But let me come back to something else. Human rights violations. Like I think Dr. Deepak Raja hinted, mental hospitals and jails have been very maligned for human rights violations, and that used to be a lot. But I often invoke Ghalib. At least our generation remembers him much more. I often invoke Ghalib to say, मस्जिद में बैठ के शराब पीने दे साकी या वो जगह बता दे जहां खुदा ना हो. I dare say and challenge, show me any nook or corner of any human society where violation of persons with disability or mental illness does not happen. It happens all across the board, implicitly, explicitly, indirectly, unknowingly, right? So, like Dr. Deepak Raja said, please, from the basic empathy and the positive reach out to respect, that all of us have been saying, respect for that person as a person. And allow me to say this, again, I hope my lawyer will agree. The crucial part of UNCRPD is that word person, personhood. Even a person with the most severe mental illness, actively symptomatic, is a person at that point of time. And he or she must get the benefits of being a person and not be treated as a non-person. Let me give an example here. There's a very celebrated disability activist, and I'll take the liberty of naming her, maybe I won't, in a wheelchair, locomotor disabled, one of the DU colleges. At one of the such sessions, she brought out something very crucial. She said, non-personification of persons with disability or mental illness happens very unwittingly. And she narrated this beautifully. Repeat, she is a disability activist in wheelchair, lifetime, and a professor in DU. And she said, even with all my qualifications and all the frills, when I am taken to an office or an organization, and the person taking me in the wheelchair, my relative, my attendant, whoever, says, okay, we have an appointment for 2:30 for so and so person. The person at the reception will say, okay, please wait, I'll tell the boss. 99% chance the person at the reception will ask the person pushing the wheelchair and say, inse puchiye chai piyenge. He or she at the reception doesn't talk to the person in the wheelchair directly. That's the non-personification. I dare say, Ananya is here, Ananya has been a part of that journey, so has Deepak, so has Rushi. At IBAS, like many other institutions, we have tried our best, and I still confess, after 25 years of labor there, before having finished, does non-personification happen there? Yes, it would. It's too much ingrained in us. So when a mentally ill person is brought to the OPD, the psychologist or the psychiatrist first starts talking to the relative who has brought him or her, not to the person first. I have had to learn and make effort over the last 30 or 40 years and say, I will first say hello to the index person and say, would you like to talk first, or do you mind if I talk to your family first? So from very implicit, soft issues of non-personification to active protection of rights. Please, you'll have to really deeply imbibe that in yourselves. And surely your generations spontaneously are much better at it. Let me ask, is there anyone here who has a classmate with any disability, intellectual, dyslexia, autism? You have, right? So you want to narrate your experience, how people respond, directly or indirectly. Please.
So I have a friend with dyslexia in my class, and it's pretty much normalized by our generation, our classmates. Not all of them, but most of them. But mostly there are teachers who are from like the last generation, we can say, who discriminate. But if they are not able to learn properly, they excel in other fields, and they are good in performing arts, good in sports, and they just need the supportive environment. How they react. They have problems in learning.
समाज में मानसिक बीमारी या तकलीफ को अक्सर पागलपन का रूप दे दिया जाता है और नेगेटिव एटीट्यूड बनाए जाते हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को और मानसिक बीमारियों को गहराई से अच्छे से समझा गया है वैज्ञानिक रूप में। इसलिए मैं डॉक्टर निमेश देसाई अपने 40 साल के तजुर्बे से आपके लिए लाया हूं नई सीरीज।
So not most of them, some people choose to normalize it. Some teachers decide to pull them down, or, they get easily irritated when they ask questions. That is something that's really bad. I'm the part of the mental health club in my schools. And most of the times when we talk to them, when they share their issues with us, it is mostly coming from the teachers who teach them rather than the students.
Just to wind up, I would like to request all the panelists to give one-line message to these youngsters. And just one thing I'm expecting from sir very briefly, that we have talked a lot about protecting the human rights of everyone in the society. Specifically, how to protect the human rights, human rights of basically mental health professionals. How to protect the mental health of mental health professionals. If specific, in view of your, very long experience in the field of mental health. Yes, sir. So, and with one-line message to everyone.
One of the film stars, one of the most popular film stars, has an organization called Being Human. You know that? I only add one word E to that. Be human, but be humane also.
Ma'am, anything would you like to?
Yes, to all the students and learners of psychology, I don't know what your aspirations are, but I'm sure that you would love to be somewhere in the field of as a mental health professional and as a caregiver. Please take your role extremely seriously and be committed to it, because we need you people. We need more of you into this generation and the coming generation. So you are actually required. We need to multiply and become a big army. Yeah. So that this world becomes more accessible, more livable. And yes, we understand the significance of mental health. So wish you all the best. Thank you.
So I feel since you guys are the future of tomorrow, so I feel it is very important that as much as we continue to look after the mental health of the patients who come to us, it is important for us to be perceptive to caring for our own mental health. Do not take it for granted. It is okay to ask for help. मैं डायबिटीज का अगर इलाज कर रहा हूं तो किसी किताब में ये नहीं लिखा कि मुझे डायबिटीज नहीं हो सकती. अगर मुझे तकलीफ है तो मुझे लगता है to ask for help is a sign of strength and not a sign of weakness. So if you operate from that loci, it'll then automatically empathy will flow. You will not be judgmental. And please remember one thing, this field will always be unique, it'll be special, and it'll be different from all the other fields. It'll be very important for you to stay connected, keep being sensitive and perceptive to your own inner journey. And if you are perceptive to your own inner journey, I think the flow will happen. We don't run shops. We're not shopkeepers. We never will be. So there is a very beautiful relationship between a client or a patient and a therapist or a doctor. See it as that. I mean, commercials are important. We live in a world where, you'll have to charge a fee. But despite that, it is very important to have that sensitive empathy that do not do to another what you would not have done to yourself. One take home, when you take the best decisions for your patients, and as we sit on the other side, and sometimes we have to make tougher decisions for our patients in terms of Section 89, and I feel admitting or deciding to impart a mental health intervention to somebody who's not ready to understand is going to be a form of soft violence. So when you exercise that, there is going to be obviously disharmony. It is that sensitivity which in the long run will be your protection. The law says mens rea, which Dr. Desai also mentioned, the intention behind an action that you take, and then the law goes on to protect you also. Good luck. Thank you.
With so much said and done, I just want to convey one message to everyone present here that please keep one hobby for yourself that should give you some time for yourself, like singing, dancing, painting, whatever you feel like, whatever you enjoy. That will give you more, that will give more balance to your life and give you more focus. And I personally practice this myself. I sing a lot whenever I get a time to sing, and today I would like to sing 2 lines for everybody here, just to motivate everybody. For whatever dreams you have, just work hard and just chase your dreams always. Zindagi har kadam ek nayi jang hai. Zindagi har kadam ek nayi jang hai. जीत जाएंगे हम, ओ जीत जाएंगे हम, तुम अगर संग है. जिंदगी हर कदम एक नई जंग है. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. So one take-home message from all of us, I believe.
Ma'am, Ananya, ma'am.
Yeah, Ananya, Dr.
Yes.
Ananya, yeah.
After that song, I don't think I should be saying anything, but I just want to, the girl who was talking about her friend with dyslexia. On Sunday, we had a neurodiversity summit, which was attended by around 500 plus participants from 25 countries. And there was this organization called All Inclusive Foundation. And they showed us something. There were a group of non-speaking autistic individuals, and they can't communicate through speaking, and they showed the kind of work they've done through, they had been asked to read Happy Prince and their reflections on Happy Prince. They have been asked to read Calvin and Hobbes and their reflection on Calvin and Hobbes. So they read out what their reflection is, what they felt about it. That moment was really a goosebump moment for me, because that was showing me how much limited my idea also was when we talk of people with autism. So we always think they can't communicate. These labels are always very much ingrained in our minds. So we think, okay, autism means these are the things, social communication, this, and this. So we don't see the person with strengths. We see the person with only and only autism, or that label. I think today, if we have to take a take back message, it should be to really question ourselves. When we talk of inclusivity, we have to really question ourselves what inclusivity is. Am I really inclusive? Take a very compassionate, open-minded, curious lens, and believe what Roger once said, that we are all self-actualizing individuals. We all have our strengths. We are not limited individuals, limited with labels. And then let's take that one step together towards #break the stigma. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before you
Yes,
applaud
sir.
in the end, there are a lot of blind spots that we all have. Let me ask you, does any one of you know, or have you considered, how does a group of hearing impaired in their get-together applaud? We clap, right? We all clap. So how does a group of hearing impaired? So like Arina is saying, there's a whole lot of blind spots that we have to constantly overcome. In the end, let's applaud today.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. I would like to take an opportunity now to facilitate the guests and the speakers, panelists today. So I would request Ranita ma'am and ma'am, Rushi ma'am. Okay, Rushi ma'am, please come forward and we'll facilitate our panelists today. So first, I would like to share that Dr. Desai was also, the guest of honor in the previous session. So we'll like to first felicitate sir, Dr. Desai. Sir, please come forward. Please give a huge round of applause. Sir was there as a guest of honor in the inaugural. Memento. Please give a huge round of applause, students. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to now invite Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Dr. Deepak Raheja, sir, to please come forward. Sir has been the expert panelist today for the session. Please give a huge round of applause. I request Dr. Sharmila Chatterjee, ma'am, to please come forward. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Ms. Swati Shankar, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We have with us online Dr. Ananya, ma'am. We would like to thank you, ma'am, virtually.
Thank you so much.
So much, ma'am. And thanks to all the dignitaries, panelists for the session today. And we are finished with the first technical session for the day. Thanks to all. Give a huge round of applause, dear students. We look forward to have you on another day. Thank you. We'll have our next session at 2:15, technical session 2. So all the students are requested to join back at 2:15 in the same venue. Thank you, everybody. I would request Annie ma'am to please come on stage. We have with us Ms. Neha Vashisht, young psychologist and entrepreneur, and CEO, Happydition. Would like to invite Ms. Rashi, Dr. Rashi Ahuja. She's a founder and head psychologist at Happitude Studio. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Ramya Bhatnagar. She's a counseling psychologist in Delhi NCR school. Please come. Rishibam, please come. Very warm welcome to all our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us today for the panel discussion. I would like to introduce our first panelist, Ms. Aishwarya Ajmani, founder and psychologist with Happy Minds. She's a founder and has done her master's degree in clinical psychology from Amity University. She's a certified NLP practitioner internationally. Her online and in-person counseling sessions have helped more than 1,000 clients who were struggling with relationship problems, breakups, depression, stress, anxiety, issues with their anger, grieving, low self-confidence, and phobias. She also has been delivering workshops at various corporates and for budding mariners at International Maritime Institute. She has collaborated with Dr. Kiran Bedi, founded NGO India Vision Foundation to improve the mental health of female detainees at Tihar Jail. She has also led programs on mental health empowerment for more than 200 female prisoners in Tihar Jail, Mandoli and Jhajjar prison. She has held training programs for budding psychologists and held group sessions for managing stress and anxiety with students from Hansraj College, MIT and University of Lucknow. We welcome you and we invite you for the panel discussion. To start.
A very good afternoon to everybody here. First of all, thank you for inviting me. To all the esteemed IBS department teachers, I'm very grateful and truly honored. Amity feels like a second home at times. Now, coming back to World Mental Health Day and mental health being a fundamental right, a human right, and that got a lot of questions in me, to be honest. So when I started my journey around 7 years back now, I became a therapist, I had to become a mental health advocate first. Because I was asking that who would take my services if people don't know that mental health is health? That without mental health, there is no health. That was one. Now, in the journey of these 7 years, I get this question a lot of times, and a very random comment I'm sure that you might have also heard, that Aishwarya, stress, depression, anxiety is for the privilege. Yeah, it's for the privilege. And I'm like, no way. The advocate in me just stood up and said, no, not at all. It's a fundamental human right, isn't it? So when you talk about human rights in India, especially, we have right to speech freedom, expression, and so on and so forth, which is applicable in mental health as well. I would want to share a personal professional experience when I learned that how fundamental mental health right is. So I was working with prisoners in Tihar jail, and it was one experience I don't forget. I walked in, I saw a psychiatric ward. As myself as a counselor, we had to take therapy sessions there. And I was asking the wards and everybody that what is the ratio of depression, stress, anxiety, addiction in India right now at present. And 2021 report stated that in 10,000 prisoners, 41% of people are diagnosed with mental health concerns. Isn't that a big number? Now, how fundamental it can get? Because let's say, imagine you're in prison. When I got there, I was like, nobody should be here. Nobody should be there. Because it gets lonely. People are dealing with their own thoughts. They're alone. They're negative, pessimistic, they're aggression, anger, revenge. And that was where I understood that they needed more love, care, support than ever. Now, Delhi High Court has directed these mandate directions and guidelines wherein one has to protect the mental integrity and dignity of the prisoners. Because it becomes difficult if they go back with that same anger, revenge, regret, and so on and so forth. The reintegration process in the society becomes harder. And that's where I realized that how important as a job is to have compassion, empathy, in general, you know. Now, coming back to one more personal experience that was very close to my heart. A few months back, my house help, she's like, "Aap kya karte ho?" I'm like, I'm a mental health professional psychologist. And I'm like, okay. She's like, "Ye sab kya hota hai?" I'm like, okay. So I explained what is mansik tanav and everything, the advocate in me. So she said, "Aishwarya, you know, aap meri bhi therapy le sakte ho." I was like, "Aapko kya hua?" So she said, "You know what? In 2 years back in COVID, my husband lost a job. He used to drive a scooty. And since then, he is addicted. He abuses at home. The children are like, I don't want my father now." Now she's like, "Can you take my therapy?" Now here comes the real problem in India, where I talk about treatment gap. Number one is there's no awareness. Number two, there's no accessibility to these resources. Number three, no education. Number four, they can't afford it. And imagine that household is dealing with depression. It's not that the husband is only mentally diagnosed. It's the wife who got depression. It's the kids who got trauma. So mental health conditions are contagious. It is, and imagine like if I am dealing with anxiety, let's say health anxiety, And I'm talking to my mother on a single day. Hey mom, I am having, something is going to happen to me. Something is really going to happen to me. My mother is going to get anxiety too, right? And she's trying to console me. She talked to my father. I'm dealing with anxiety. My daughter is dealing with anxiety. So can you imagine if there is one person in a household dealing with basic as anxiety, the whole house is going to get inflicted with it. And that is where the concern is. It's going to be a global epidemic to mental health concerns. Lastly, I want to talk about the government budget currently in India, on how much mental health is being allocated. You'll be surprised to know the number of all the total health budget right now. Mental health is just allocated 1%. Just 1%. And that brings us to, that's a question in me that I also was dealing with, that depression in society is like a global epidemic. WHO states that it's a global danger on how we are dealing with patients in mental health institutions. So there are so many layers to this. And that calls for a severe attention on how we are supposed to work at individual level, community level, government level, and as a whole, as a nation. So I think awareness is not enough. I get these clients, they're from a good background. They have good facilities and everything else. But they hide their faces with masks. When they're even reaching here, I'm talking about Metro City, I'm talking about Noida. And one kid asked me the other day, "Ma'am, wo niche naam likhna zaruri hai guard ke paas for the security purpose." I'm like, what happened? What if somebody finds my name? What if my parents sees that name? And that is where our job as therapists is first educating and normalizing. Hey, listen, it's okay. It's okay, you're scared. And that's how we start with it. So as individuals, when you're here, I don't know you from all psychology background now, but educate, talk, compassion, whenever you get a chance. Even when you're talking to your house helps, even when you're talking about anybody. I think that's where that first step begins. And then there are layers to it. So I would end on this note for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Now I would like to invite Ms. Adya Chopra, psychologist and entrepreneur. I would like to introduce her in detailed profile. She is a psychotherapist and expressive art-based therapist, UNESCO CIT certified. Her therapy lens is queer, affirmative, and trauma-informed, and she follows eclectic approach in her practice. She is an intersectional feminist, and she firmly believes that therapy should be a privilege, just not, but also the right accessible to everyone. She believes that every person is unique and that no one size fits all. Every person has their own experiences and situations that they deal with, and they have their journey of healing. She is also, extensively in organizing the expressive art therapy workshops for individuals of different ages and on different topics as well. Her practice also provides training modules, internships, which aims to teach the practicality of therapy and students who need to, learn before stepping into the role of a therapist in the real world. We welcome you, Adya, and please take over your turn for panel discussion.
Yes. Hello. Firstly, thank you for having me here. Not so long ago, I was sitting right there, and now sitting on the other side feels strange, but also good. Feels like, yes, I have been able to make some difference in the world. So now I'm a psychotherapist and an expressive arts-based therapist. now coming to the topic in hand that, we're talking about mental health is a universal right. I firmly believe that it should not be a privilege and it should be a right. Therapy in India is considered to be a privilege if we look at it from a very realistic lens. People who go to regular therapy are considered rich or privileged because they can afford therapy, because therapy isn't affordable and accessible to people. And that is because we don't have the proper resources and proper mental health care in India. There is a social stigma attached to mental health, and there needs to be more mental health awareness and more psychoeducation so that people can understand that mental health problems are issues that people deal from time to time, and situations and experiences can make a person deal with some issues. Now, mental health professionals, like all of us sitting on the panel here itself, we've all been working to make mental health more accessible to all. And then the other day, I saw this on the group where there was a poster where they were claiming to fix you in 7 days or you get your money back. And I mean, all of us have been studying for 7+ years, still continuously studying, still researching. And I mean, the irony of it all that, acha, okay, hum kya kare? 7 years mein ya fix nahi kar pa rahe, tum 7 days mein fix karke money back, or you get your money back also. There's a full refund promise that you get your money back if you're not fixed. So all of this that is very common in India needs to be called out more. And I'm actually very proud to say that mental health professionals are calling it out more. Now, when you go on LinkedIn, you see groups, you have so many groups where people are calling these quacks out. So I remember that I was having a conversation with my sister. We were talking about mental health taboos, how it affects people, how our personal mental health is, and also, to be very honest, how our family's mental health is, the discussions that you have. And then she said something that sent chills down my spine. She said, Adya, the fact that you're a therapist in itself is a privilege. And she wasn't wrong. And it took me a while to just sit with that thought that, okay, yes, it is a privilege for me to just be a therapist. And there are so many people who change their profession, who don't continue this because they're not able to. Because again, our profession is also not something that is very easy to deal with. In our country, because of the lack of resources, a proper governing body, lack of infrastructure, this is not a basic right. It is a privilege. If our mind isn't well, our body is not going to be well, and mind and body go hand in hand. And I think that is a concept that people are still trying to understand, comprehend, and there needs to be more mental health awareness, which I hope that all of us and you students as well are doing out there. Yeah, I think one thing that all of us really need to do is build community. Because if there is community, if there's community support out there, then community builds unity. People will be able to talk about what they're going through more openly. They will not feel judged. There needs to be inclusion, and inclusion is so very important in this era, because people have now understood that they just don't need to have one facet of personality. They can have multiple facets of personality. They have understood that the person just doesn't have to be feminine or masculine. They can be both, or they can be one. And they want to explore that. And we as a society collectively also need to not be judgmental and give them the space to explore themselves, be themselves, just be whoever they want to be, because at the end of the day, who are we to judge anybody? If we expect them to not judge us, then who are we to expect them to judge us? And I think that's about it. I think that everything else has been covered and will be covered. And happy World Mental Health Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adya, for sharing your thoughts. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Shrishti Asthana, psychologist and entrepreneur. Shrishti is known as word of a psychologist and is practitioner for mental health advocacy. She has over five years of extensive, diverse, and rich work experience at organizations like AIMS and other places in Delhi NCR. She is currently working as a consultant at Perspective Psychiatric Center. She's also been an executive in Mental Health Foundation India, which is a India's leading biggest mental health fest. She has been the lead for 2022 and 23. She's also the founder of mental health advocacy platform called as Word of a Psychologist. I'm sure many of you would be following her on Instagram. I do follow. Shrishti has also been a regular, in delivering her sessions and workshops based on holistic wellness, resilience skills, and mental health issues. She has delivered more than 300 workshops for different corporates and social institutions like NTPC Station, Tata Power, and several others in Delhi NCR. We welcome you, Shrishti, and over to you.
I should have cut down my profile before sending it. Sounds like self-boosting and rambling. Before I proceed, I'd like to take your question because you had your hands up throughout Adya's session. So it's okay, it's okay. Sometimes when we're in the flow of speaking, we don't realize. Please ask your question.
I want to just add something about what the Chopra said, that about the contrast between privilege and right. Thing is, a couple of years, a certain amount of decades ago, being fed was a privilege, having enough food was a privilege, because there was so much world hunger in the world. Then the UN and everybody collectively considered that the right to health, right to life and liberty. And that's why we worked on world hunger, and now we have somewhat minimized world hunger. Now everyone has a right to be fed. And in India, we are still working on the right to educate. So, being a therapist or being an engineer, having the privilege to be in a higher educational institution, it is a privilege right now because there is a limited amount of seats, there is a limited amount of resources, there is so much fees and donations are given. And there is a competitive environment for the people who are there. So those things have become a privilege, but once we get a privilege in education, I guess we can put the right higher education to be able to study and work in the profession that we want. Mental health as a right, it is a right because it is a basic need that everyone has. It is a privilege because the resources are limited, and I think the day we have enough resources, it will become a right.
No. I completely agree with you that India is a developing country, so we can't expect for India to go from 0 to 100 in a year. That's impossible. So I completely agree with you over there. But what I will say is that mental health and talking about it is something different. Coming to therapy and affording therapy is different. Yes, everybody is not able to do that. I respect that. I agree with that. Everybody over here, I think on a panel, gives pro bono sessions. And with a sliding scale also, both. But being aware about it, having a conversation about it openly. How many households are there in India right now who will talk about mental health? They will not even want to have a conversation about mental health because, nahi, sab theek hai, kuch nahi hua, nahi. They will not want to have a conversation about it. So, and if they have a conversation, they will hide it. They will not tell people that their child is in therapy or they are in therapy because they will be referred to as pagal. So, I agree with you completely. We're a developing country. It will take us time to reach where we want to be. But talking about it more openly is what I also like to. Okay.
Taking the conversation forward, Shrishti, can we please have your viewpoint on it?
Yeah, sure. I will start with where I intended to start, which is acknowledging seeing your understimulated faces and seeing you scrolling on your phone and using your earphones. I got so nostalgic for the time when I was a student, and she was actually my classmate, and I mean, totally relatable. And I will try to keep it to the point short. And universal human right. I think it pains my heart that this is even a matter of discussion, that we are still lacking behind, not just in India, but it is a global thing. I mean, I think we fantasize countries outside way too much, but the truth is, Mahapevi, it's not a very beautiful picture if you look at the statistics, right? And I feel that, you know, in the earlier parts of my journey as a professional, I've really, felt like systemic issues are very huge. You know, कि government policies क्यों नहीं ला रही है, या कुछ हर स्कूल में counselor क्यों नहीं hired है, etc. I feel it's very easy to pass the accountability on to someone you have no influence over. Ultimately, the only thing you can do as a mental health professional, as a mental health advocate, faculties कितने परेशान रहते हैं ना. So I think we have to take the accountability and see how we can do things better as an individual and how we influence the system, instead of just mentioning ki policies nahi hai, provisions nahi hai, infrastructure nahi hai. How can we create a space where we can influence change? The smallest thing that I felt that I can do is start a small Instagram page and speak to psychology students, because I feel कि जब तक अच्छे quality के mental health professionals नहीं है society में, it's absolutely pointless. I mean, I've known so many people who are like, यार घर बैठे बैठे पैसा छापना है, सही है, chill profession है, right? I don't like that attitude, and there are so many other reasons as well. So I felt that influencing young mental health professionals was the way in which I can influence the system. So what can you do? What can you bring to the table? How can you influence the system at large? That is something I'd like you to reflect upon and start acting on it. And don't wait for one day when you will have your MPhil, PhD, post, doctoral, etc. Start exactly where you're at. And just a small self-disclosure. It might be a little triggering for some people, but and I know self-disclosure in itself is like a big controversy in mental health field. But I can speak on this subject because my mother has schizophrenia, my grandmother has Alzheimer's, there are other family members, my cousin brother has general anxiety disorder, father's side of family has a lot of personality issues, and they'll catch hold of me later for saying this out loud. But as someone who of course I've studied psychology, but I've been on the other side of it, on the receiving end of it, on the caregiving end of it, on the, in the space where you see someone, who was your pillar of support, them disintegrating into a person whom you don't recognize anymore, who's childlike, So whenever you come across a family where there is mental illnesses, I think it's very important to extend your support, even if it means ki, you offer to babysit a child in the family, if you offer to take care of an adult family member who needs that attention, if you can provide some space where, and one thing I found in people is, the thing is, over the years, because all of these issues are chronic in nature, it's not like ek baar dawai liya sab theek ho jayega, right? So growing up, I did not know how to handle all the, anxiousness that came up from these experiences. So I would always talk about the same thing and the same problem and the same issue, and people were like, यार एक ही चीज पे कितना रोएगी, कितना complain करेगी, right? So but when there is a chronic illness, unfortunately it's going to stay that way, right? So to work on ourselves enough कि अगर एक बंदा एक ही issue को लेके आपके पास बार-बार आ भी रहा है, then you can hold that space for them, and you can do that only if you're healed enough in yourself. So please get into therapy and start influencing the system on your own level, and everyone has the capacity to do that, even as a student. Thank you so much.
Christy, first of all, for this honest disclosure, and I appreciate your bravery about it and taking this happy panel along, introducing our next panelist, Neha Vishisht, a psychologist and entrepreneur. Ms. Neha Vishisht is the founder and CEO of Happy TDN, director at Pashukarma Foundation, an internationally certified psychotherapist, behavioral psychologist, certified corporate wellness and soft skills trainer, business coach, and mentor. She has trained over 1.23 lakh plus individuals, provided counseling and therapy to 8,000 plus individuals, and has conducted hundreds of training sessions and workshops for top corporates, universities, schools across India and the globe. Sneha has won various awards for her work, including, and I quote, most impactful leader in the global 30 under 30, unquote, and I quote, Leadership Excellence Award as an emerging face in the global leadership in the 10th National Leadership Conclave, unquote, for inspiring the masses by commendable leadership endeavor and more. Sneha, would you be kind enough to even show some light to our younger psychologist here?
Definitely. Thank you so much. I usually stand and I talk, but today I would prefer sitting. And ma'am knows how less that happens. Guys, I think you've already heard a lot of stories, a lot of things from people who have far more experience in terms of counseling people or in terms of being in the field of mental health. And I mean years of experience, right? 20, 30 years of experience. What we bring right now on the table for you guys, and I know you must be wondering that because we used to wonder that when we were sitting right there, right? It's basically the practical knowledge that is existing in the field of mental health. And that knowledge is something that is very, very important for each one of us. Why? Because you are the people who will go and change the world, just like we are doing in our own way. And for that to happen, you need to change yourself. And I have the standard quote which I say every single time, okay? You need to take charge of your own lives. You need to lead your own lives to be able to lead other people. And if you want to help impact lives, see, I've trained more than 1.23 lakh people across the globe, 5 continents. At my age, that impact doesn't happen overnight. It happens when you have the determination, when you have the will to create that change that needs to happen. But who has that will? We all have it. We all carry it in our own ways. How much we act on it, that is what we need to discuss. And today's topic, mental health, is a universal human right. Shrishti mentioned, we don't even need to discuss this topic. It is our mind, our right. We hold it. But do we actually care for it? I mean, 1 in 4 people are depressed. That's a statistic. So in one row, there are 8 people sitting. Imagine 2 people in the row that are sitting might be depressed. Do you even know each other to help them and to guide them? Do you? Okay, can we all settle down quickly? And I want to do something right now. I'll have to stand up only. Okay, guys, something that's really important for me is noticing what each one of us do for each other. And that noticing is, can you look at the person right next to you? Tell them your names. Can you share your names with each other? Some might be your friends. Some might be strangers to you. Can you? And can you give them a compliment? Guys, can you give them a compliment?
Students, please, at the back side, all of you, please settle down. Attendance will be held later. Siyas, please. Please come and give the sheet to Annie ma'am. Right now, we are not having attendance here.
So can some of you say out loud the compliments that you received? You're beautiful. What else? Pretty. What else? Nice. What else? Just pretty, beautiful, nice? See, that's, yes. Gossips. Wow. Okay. Very nice. See, you have to learn to compliment one another on a regular basis, because what happens? Why is the topic that we're talking about right now, the topic exactly the theme? The reason being that there is so much negativity around us on a daily basis that we stop looking towards the positive. We focus so much on the sad aspects, the negative aspects of life, that we forget जिंदगी में खुशी नाम की चीज एग्जिस्ट करती है. You're perfect just the way you are. So where do we struggle? Not having friends? Not having the right people to talk to? Not having good therapists, apparently? Guys, they're literally very limited therapists, which I would say are really good at what they do. I mean, in our own batches, we've been through therapy and bad therapies. And that had scarred us in our own times, in our own ways. And we wouldn't want that to happen to you. And that's why all of us sitting here, all these wonderful women are working in their own organizational setups to create that safe space for you. That's the need for universal mental health. So what do we actually do here? It is very simple. I'll tell you a small story and I'll end, okay? Very starting of my career, I was just passed out and made me the placement coordinator. That was my first leadership role in college, okay? Because usse pehle I used to be a backbencher, right, sitting at the end of that, wherever the last seats are, okay? And I used to be, do I really want to study what I'm studying? For 3 years, I felt that. And then what happened? Therapy started happening. Anu ma'am taught us CBT. We started learning more therapeutic stuff, which was the application of psychology. That changed. Backbencher to frontbencher. That's my journey. Okay? And in my first job, guys, I was working and I love traveling, okay? I love to travel. In my first job, I was in Chhattisgarh. The most rural villages of Chhattisgarh, 500 logo ka gaon. In that village, literally, itna square room mein mujhe बैठा दिया, psychological assessment करना है, man, government school के बच्चों का. In that small room comes a mother and father holding a big baby in their hand. A 12, 13-year-old girl. And I still shake when I talk about this. Why? Because that girl was burned from head to toe. And the room, it was, I can still smell it. Have you smelled burnt human flesh? It's not good, is what I would say in a very decent manner. Okay? And guys, they entered the room, really small packed room. That girl, we did a lot of assessments on her, okay, and came to realize she had severe intellectual disability. Do you know what severe intellectual disability is? Anyone? Anyone here who can tell me what it is? Any of the panelists want to talk about what it is in very brief? No? Ma'am? No volunteers. Wow. Okay, guys, severe intellectual disability basically used to be mental retardation on a very severe scale. Where the child cannot function properly, they have a brain of a really young kid, say a 3 to 4 year old kid. So, body of a 12, 13-year-old girl, mind of a 3, 4 year old kid, what do we do? And burned head to toe. How? Because she tried to pick up the mug and that mug fell on the hot bucket of water fell on her and she burned herself. Guys, I only had 1 hour with that family. Just 1 hour with that family. I had to do assessments, psychoeducate them, counsel them and let them go. That was my job. In that 1 hour, 40 minutes of assessments and 20 minutes left for just educating them. Guys, those people called me back 3 years later. Ma'am, hum ab angutha chhap nahi bache. We can write our names. Ma'am, my daughter she started to actually walk just a few steps without our help. Just a few steps. She stumbles and she falls, but she gets back up every single time. She gets hurt. She started to hold a pen. She can't write properly, but she just likes to scribble on the paper. And that gives her the joy. This journey took her 3 years with just my 1 hour of time that I spent. So your 1 hour, what do you do with it? That's the future of mental health in our industry. That's the universal right that's needed in our country of India. So I hope you bring that to the table and lead the future of mental health with each other. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. Where? Yeah, go on.
Okay, that's a very good point, I feel. That's absolutely right. You guys are already aware of all the basics. You are studying it, and I think half of the people, at least, who get into psychology are pretty passionate about it as well. So, पढ़ लिख के ही आए होंगे आप सब. It's a good point, and it's something that your faculties can discuss. But every department must be doing something on their own level, right? For sure. And what you can do, as I said, we can blame systemic issues all we want. That's what I've done. I was very angry at the system for a very long time. I still am very angry with a lot of issues of the system. But the thing is how you can influence that change. Like, for example, there was this young boy. He asked me, ma'am, how can I, further the cause of mental health, etc. So he mentioned how, he felt like he knows a lot about mental health, etc. And he wants everyone to be on that same page. But his friend circle, because school time se wo log saath mein hai, wo jo bakwas bachpan mein kar rahe the, it's his language, not mine. Right? So, wo aaj tak aise hi baat karte hain, hai na? So, how to influence people, how to understand the emotional nuances of experiences. Like, for example, he said that when he was at school, then they used to together, look at women and, whatever, typical, stereotypical teenage adolescent behavior, right? And now that he's on the other side of it and he's grown up and he's trying to, be more subtle about whatever he does and, is more respectful as a person, and his friends are still there on that page, right? So, वहाँ पे आप लड़के धावा बोल के हमेशा नहीं कर सकते हो change. Okay, in fact, it will create more resistance when we are angry all the time, when we're screaming, shouting, or we expect people that तुम्हें करना ही करना है, मैं change हो गया, तुम्हें भी change होना है. It comes with patience. that is exactly, that's why I said ki we should all be in therapy. So we develop that level of patience and we can, lead by example of how to be, how to bring that kindness and that emotional space to the table. Right. So that is what I'd like to say on the subject. And in this journey, you will lose some people as well who are hell bent and adamant on, regressive ways. And that's okay. That's their journey. You can't control them, but lead by example. Okay. Not just in this space, but when you're on the road, when you are, in a classroom, wherever you go, carry your cause with you. Okay. And you don't always have to be angry or, forceful in order to bring any changes. Sometimes being gentle is also, a very good way to influence people. People listen to you more when you're kind to them. That's what I feel. So I hope that answers somewhat. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. Some of you you indirectly also brought up the factor of resources. All right. India lacks resources. That's a fact. And it's not just mental health. Mental health comes secondary for people. We don't even have proper roads or houses or access to food. But mental health comes secondary for those people. So what do? We have to live the way whatever is existent and start making change apparently with what we already have. Thinking ki body banegi, rules आएंगे, ये चीजें होएगी, तब हम कुछ करेंगे. वो कब होगा आपको नहीं पता है. So जो है, जैसा है उसके साथ काम करिए. Start making change with whatever you have. And you will start getting more resources than you would ever want. That is my practical experience. Okay? I hope that helps.
I believe the impact of this panel this afternoon is resilience and focus on building ourselves, and a reminder to all of you that, hey, it's not about the attendance. You're here because you're meant to be here. And in this light, I would like to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Rashi Ahuja, founder and head psychologist at Happitude Studios. Ms. Rashi is a counselor, a practitioner, and trainer of clinical hypnotherapy and neurolinguistic programming, consultant psychologist, clinical hypnotherapist, and lifestyle trainer, the mind and wellness. She is an alumni of PhD from Amity University. Having worked tirelessly for over a decade in this space, she has started Happitude Studio with an aim to empower people, help them find their inner happiness, and lead a life with a happy attitude, quote unquote. Counseled approximately 150 clients face-to-face and over 17 clients on Skype on issues such as stress, relationship difficulties, anxiety, depression, work-life balance, etc. Conducted workshops in stress management, lifestyle management, relationship bonding, adolescent issues, time management, work-life balance, and secrets of a winner with institutes such as IIT, BITS Pilani, IIMM, schools such as Ryan International, DPS Mathura Road, Saptarbahal School, sorry for the mispronunciation, Ramju School, Blue Bells, corporates such as Bayer Healthcare, Ericsson, and League International, and many more, conducted stress management workshops with 500 Delhi police officers, and has been a part of employee assistant programs with Ericsson and RS Systems Noida, and is a core content creator, psychology-based mobile application advisor. And I would now request her to take on the mic.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lovely introduction. And I think that's just a lot of introduction about me. And hello, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am, Smriti ma'am, Ranjana ma'am, and all the other dignitaries for having me over today. I think I completely agree with Shrishti and Sneha on why is this even a topic? Like, why are we even discussing mental health is a human right? It is a universal human right because it's an obvious. But you know what? I think I'll just quickly share like a very small story about when I first realized that it is actually not a human right and it was a privilege. So about 12 years back when I was doing my master's, as an assignment, I went to one of the government schools in Bangalore. Now that was our intent to just go there and counsel the students. So, we had to go there and introduce ourselves. So the first thing you say is, what do you do? I'm a counseling psychologist. And we went, and what do you do? We counsel people. So I went to the school, and the first lecture that I'm giving to the students, everyone, and mind you, every single person sitting in the room asked, "Ye counselor kya hota hai? Counseling kya hoti hai?" So nobody had any idea about what counseling is, what a counseling psychologist is. So as a result, instead of counseling people, we made our first assignment into introducing the subject of counseling and introducing what counseling is to the students and the idea of it. And that's when, you realize that and that was just one school, a very small school in the slums of Bangalore, where, people had no idea. But the more you go out and the more you see, people are still very, very unaware. Of course, we've come a long way since the last 12 years, but still somewhere there are still a lot of people who may not know the kind of work we do. So I think it's important for all of us as psychology students, as psychology professionals, to be advocates, to tell people. I mean, I'm sure everyone here has spoken about advocacy and, how we need to tell people around us. But I think if we believe in ourselves, that's what's important. And, here it's, I don't only feel that taking counseling or going to a mental health professional is a privilege, but I think I even feel being a mental health professional is a privilege. I remember when about 15 years back, when I started my journey or when I wanted to become a psychologist, I had some 3-4 people come to my parents and tell me that isko psychologist mat banne do. My parents are like, why? Like, because all psychologists are, sorry for the language, but psyched themselves. They have messed up lives. If she becomes a relationship psychologist, 100% she will get divorced. If she starts treating depressed people, she will for sure have depression herself. Even till date, I get people, when I meet people come and tell me, "Arey, aap to pura din pagalon ko milte ho, aap bhi pagal nahi ho gaye?" And I mean, it's such an amazingly silly thing to hear, even in this day and age, that somewhere you have to smile and just listen to all of this. And in your own ways, in your own demeanor, tell them that no, it's not something unusual. If you cannot refrain, if you're not ashamed of going to a cardiologist when you have chest pain, if you're not afraid to going to a dermatologist because of one simple pimple on your face, then why are you scared of seeking help? And when we talk of universal human right, it is just telling people that it's not just a particular section of the society who is entitled to get that help, but it is everybody. I think somebody on the panel here, I think Adi, you mentioned that everyone gives pro bono sessions, everyone gives sliding scales. And I think that just tells people that, yes, we are available. So guys, just a little request of, I'm not going to take more time. Just a little request to all of you, because you're the future psychologists. You guys are humans too. At various points in life, you will also have your own ups and downs. So please take therapy yourselves. If you're a therapist and you take therapy, that does not mean that, you're any less capable as a therapist. So if it's a universal human right, you guys, it's also a right for you all. I see so many people, with all due respect to a lot of people treating their clients, they come, they tend, and what I think Sneha was mentioning here, the bad psychologists or the bad counselors that we are referring to here, it's not that they're bad, but they come from a lot of baggage themselves. So, so as a result, you end up putting your own baggages on your clients that you're seeing. So it's much better, because it's a right for you as well. Please take therapy only when you feel you're fit enough, you're fine enough to support people, to give them help. Please do it. And also, it's an ongoing process for you as well. So I think that's a very important thing. And another important thing, I think most people here sitting here would be having some form of domestic help at home, or people we interact with people from different sections of the society. Please make sure you talk to them on a regular level, because it is that, it is that strata which is not very aware of what therapy is, or what manovigyan is, or what, counseling is. So I think it is them whom we need to talk to and make them aware that this is what we do, this is why we are important. So just as all of you sitting here, I think you guys are great because I'm sure there's a lot of passion behind your decisions to take psychology. So let's act on that passion and make this universal human right available to everybody. Thank you.
I would just like to add to what you just said. When people say, you know what, Ishwara, you might be so tired, even all my clients, how do you handle stress? Aren't you also tired? And you're actually budding psychologist, and it's very important for you to know that you're as human, that's one. As a personal experience, I'm a better person. I respect my clients so much because they have the courage to improve. And you'll be started to know they're all from a very highly educated background. IITians, IIMs, all the good institutes. So what I'm trying to highlight is right now as humans, we are focusing on getting high IQ. जिसका अच्छा IQ है, जिसका अच्छा पैकेज है, वो अच्छा होगा, वो खुश होगा. Right? That's how we measure people. That's how we analyze people. That's how we make friends. IT का होगा बहुत अच्छा होगा. You know, right now, and I don't want to categorize IIT IIMs. I'm just saying that this is what the audience I usually get. And you're saying one more thing which is so surprising. I get these influencers having lakhs of followers. You'll see that their life is perfect. You know, traveling, best food, best cafes. Who knows who had a bad stomach ache after eating that food? Nobody. And that influencer told me, ma'am, आप मेरी फोटो देखोगे, आप भी मुझे जज करोगे कि मेरी family कितनी functional और happy going है. But that family was dysfunctional and everybody used to sit in separate rooms, had lunches which was not together. So I'm saying focusing on high IQs as it's good. It's good to be intelligent. But emotional check-ins, what's up? What's going here? Emotional check-ins with all of us. And if you're becoming a psychologist, trust me, you're going to be a better individual. You'll be more resilient. Every client inspires me to be better. When I hear their story, I'm like, Ishwara, you're okay. That's what I realize. So when you're helping, ensure you're helping yourself and you would be empowered as individual and not depressed as psychologist. So spread that word. Thank you.
Enablers enabling each other, and now in the same light, introducing our next panelist, Saramya Bhatnagar, a counseling psychologist working at Balbharti Public School, Yojna Vihar, and earlier has worked at Little Keep Holistic Private Limited. Why her introduction is important right now, that she takes care of a generation which is coming up. She takes care of children. And her passion is she wants to bring more awareness about adolescent mental health, parenting, and build safe and inclusive mental health spaces. So what we are doing for each other, she's doing for the next generation. So Ramya, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me here and for such a great introduction. Very good afternoon, everyone. And listening to whatever all the panelists saying over here, I feel that I'm at an infancy stage because all of them are senior to me. But truly, we all do learn from each other. And being in a lazy afternoon after having lunch, sitting over here in the auditorium, I can already see some eyes closed and some like, oh my God, when it is going to get over. So I won't take much time, but just the thing which from where I would like to share my experience and how important it is to work with children at first, because that is the area, that is the part wherein mental health importance starts. So let's have a very, interesting activity to wake all of you up, and let's bring kids outside. We all have a child's heart, but I feel right now we are not in a maybe mood to understand, because since the morning we have been listening about how mental health is a universal right. So a very small exercise which I want all of you, even the panelists, to participate with. I want all of you to, close your eyes for a couple of minutes, and on a count of 3, I'll give you a challenge. I will count till 3, and the moment I say 3, I want all of you to give me one clap. And not a lot of claps, just one single clap. Our challenge over here is that we all have to clap together. So the sound should be one, but the claps are a lot. So just one clap. Can we do that? Okay, so please close your eyes, everyone. All right, so we are ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have little, not coordination is not there. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and one last time. 1, 2, 3. Great. So that is actually what we want from our society. That is the cohesiveness and togetherness to work on mental health. And truly this activity, when we clap, there is a proper scientific reason. After we clap, we feel very active. We feel very energetic, and somewhere our mind gives us this, idea that we are interested to listen, whatever we are listening to. So starting from my experience, I worked with an organization called Little Leap, wherein children were taught about soft skills. So soft skills, the major problem a child is having a problem with is, I am very scared, to come up on a stage and speak. There are butterflies in my stomach, and how others are going to judge me. Basic small issues. And the most important part is the social emotional skills which you are trying to build up in a child. So I started my journey from there and realized how challenging it was to work with the younger ones. The reason for me picking up psychology was that I love kids. And then I realized I don't love kids, I like psychology. So you need a lot of patience, you need a lot of non-judgmental attitude to work with kids, and in fact with any of the age group per se. But especially with kids, they have this idea of imaginary fable we all might be aware about. And even if they are not being questioned, they are not being, judged over something, they will always have an idea that all the eyes are over me and everybody is judging me over. So even in my school, it's really very challenging to bring things on the table when they come for the counseling sessions. And another thing, because along with a counseling journey in schools, till date, a counselor is not getting the work what he or she is supposed to get. Usually in schools, a counselor is taken as somebody who can do the admin stuff, somebody who can be a coordinator and manage the events, somewhere related to the human resource management. But in reality, what I can say, I think the guy in the white shirt was asking, I would like to answer that question. All we can do is keep trying and trying again. Because if we won't try to spread it off, it is not going to be like that. If we sit on the problem and if we keep on repeating that mental health is a universal right, it is going to be over here only. And the only thing which is in our hand is just keep spreading out in any way which is possible. Another very important point which I would like to talk about is special education, because there are special kids in my school, and usually all the other students in my class, especially 11th, 12th, or maybe 9th, 10th, they call these students in a way that I have a dyslexic child in my class, or I have an autistic child in my class. Instead, we are somewhere not, successful enough to teach them that somewhere we are labeling them with what disorder they are suffering from. And I tell them a lot of times, and I would like to give this message to you all, that what you are is more important. And instead, we can say a child with autism, his identity is more important to what he's suffering from. Just this thing. And the last thing, because it is about universal human right, So, of course, creating safe mental health spaces, and most important because nowadays we all are getting involving ourselves into taking therapies, and a lot of psychologists and even pseudo psychologists are there in the platforms. It's your right to ask your psychologist that what is your educational qualification. Let me clear this. It is really, really bad and a gray side of our, field that we are having a lot of false astrologists or maybe face readers or whatnot, and we fall into that trap and pay hefty amounts for our therapy. So be very careful when you choose your therapist, and the first priority should be you, and you will be able to help your other people around. Thank you.
And knowing when to take help, whom to ask for help, I would like to introduce our next panelist, Anusha Tyagi. She's an art psychologist and art therapist, presently working at Fortis Mental Health and Behavior Science, and she's been in the field of psychology for the past 10 years, just bringing to your notice that she's a CID UNESCO certified expressive-based art space therapist, and she's been conducting workshops for leading schools and organizations. Anusha, could we please have your viewpoints?
Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. Can I hear afternoon back? Okay, this group is winning. Good afternoon. Okay, little better. Good afternoon. I suppose this was after lunch. So where's the energy? Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'm up since 7 a.m. doing workshops because it's Mental Health Day, my favorite time of the year where I can get, people talking, thinking, especially about mental health, because I think it's not about celebrating on a first, like only single day. It's about the journey every day. We need to be very mindful. I've been hearing a lot, great thought, and I'm making my point. I don't know if you guys are making brilliant points from the panelists. Each one of us, right? Everyone, the theme, the message is one, get help. Second, encourage people, because if you are not encouraging, who else will? Because I think someone said that only limited to psychology, right? Yeah, I actually feel like that. Whenever I take workshop school, I keep asking, are these psychology background students or these other commerce field or science field as well? So it's only limited to psychology. I'm like, why not others? That is something that we need to work on. But only thought that I have, I'm an art-based therapist, right? At my time, I had no clue. Honestly, I was sitting there thinking that what are these panelists about? Kya karte hain? Kyun bolte hain? Why there is a need for that? I used to attend, honestly, sorry, my teachers. I used to attend and I go to H Block. But, it always used to make me feel very proud somewhere that, we're conducting this mental health panel discussions, right? It's very important because at my time when I was in school, I hardly knew what a psychologist is. The only teacher that I could get in talking was my counselor, who was also teaching, who was also present disciplining us. So I had no clue. Was she safe to talk? Was she not safe to talk? So there were a lot of thoughts around that. As a part of my work, I work at a hospital setup, right? Imagine doing art there. My population of work is pediatrics and geriatrics, which is basically the younger kids and the older adults. Imagine 89-year-old patient who's admitted in the hospital creating a mandala to just, feel however she wants to feel. Yeah, because doctors come and go, don't talk much. Nurses come and go, syringes are happening, lunch is being passed, that's it. Nobody is talking, how are you? How is the treatment going? And I remember whenever I enter the ward, they keep on sharing that, okay, nurse nahi aayi, khana nahi aaya, aise ho gaya, isi teज hai, because they feel safe. why I am different, why a psychologist is different from other mental health or other medical doctors in her life, that patient, is what I'm asking her. How are you doing? What is the color of feeling that you have right now? Okay, so I encourage everyone, can we all just sit straight in our chairs? Imagine there is a color box, your favorite color in front of you. Okay, I'm an art therapist. I need to do an activity. I need to bring art in the sessions. Sorry, imagine there's a box full of art. I would encourage all the participants to also do it. Bring your dominant hand. Everyone, I can see everyone. Okay, I want to actually pick up. I want you to actually pick up the color that you have. Okay, start picking it up. Picking up. Pick. Okay, I know, silly thing to do, right? But this is what art therapy talks about. It's not about the age. And I want you to write your name in the air now. Okay, start. You can close your eyes. Start writing the same color. If it's dripping, if it's just, going all over the place, start writing your name. I know why there is a smile in your face, because we lose this part about ourselves. Imagine doing this activity with third graders. They'll be like, yes ma'am, ये वाला color, वो वाला color, ये pencil से कर ले, pen से कर ले, ये वाला करना है, इसके पीछे भी कर ले, can we bring more sheets? Versus you all. We're like, what is she going to do? Why she's good? As we grow older, our creativity, our hobbies, our interest takes a back seat. Masters, psychology, bachelor's, it's not only about studies, it's also about your passion. It's all about other activities, right? So as an art therapist, I really encourage you to bring back those memories. Everyone is good at something. Everyone is good at maybe public speaking, doodling, photography. I can see young, minds doing that. Pick up that. Writing poetry, awesome. Really have to bring that in your life, because I'm just addressing you as a population, not the outer world. And why we are here, because obviously it's a universal, common for human beings, right, that we deserve, right? So I think on that note, on that creativity, thank you anyone who's tried doing that. Encourage you to help seeking, help, asking, because asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength, right? On that note, thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the panelists and the department for giving us this opportunity today afternoon. And just for all of you out here, summarizing this panel discussion, let's go back to the theme of this year. Can all of you read it in your minds for the few seconds? Mental health is a universal human right. What we here today have tried to give you is honest understanding in the mainstream, awareness and advocacy in the now. To be human is being. So I hope all of you take the individual responsibility, be authentic, and try and live up to just being yourselves, so that we can create safer spaces. And we all are here, and we would like to come back to the department and roll over with you as to what you think about mental health and how we all can be more human in the endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Aarti, for moderating our session, and thanks to all the panelists for being here with us today for this event. Thanks a lot.
Can I add one thing? Just one.
We are
one
running
line.
short. Only
Just-
one
just
line.
one line.
Yes.
Just one line. Guys, don't forget to have fun. It's not always serious. That's what you miss out in therapy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to all the panelists and to all the members as audience. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rajat Mitra sir to please come forward and share the report. Thank you so much, all the panelists. I would, extend you to take the chairs, of the dais. Thank you so much.
Okay.
कर दीजिए.
We are starting with the valedictory session for today's event.
Okay. Good afternoon, and this is a brief summary of the whole day. I was asked to summarize by my HOD, which meant that I had to stay awake the whole time and listen to what everyone was saying. I couldn't go to sleep. So I have done that, and I find that I have got so many things, so many ideas, that it is impossible to condense that. So I'll speak the main ones and leave the rest for you. One of the first was about human rights and why the title is Human Rights. I think it's important to understand that when the concept of human rights was brought about at the end of Second World War, we did not have mental health as part of it. Eleanor Roosevelt, who drafted the document, just mentioned it briefly, but it was not there. It started much later in 60s and 70s, as Dr. Sunil Mittal pointed it out. 75 years have gone by before we have kind of formally included mental health as part of this. So this is what they talked about as to the need for universal human rights. There was an enormous struggle that was involved in that. Our VC focused upon the need for mental health for students and why it is important to include that at the level of studies. So the struggles of World War I and World War II and how that generation gave rise to a healthy generation was discussed by Dr. Nimesh Desai. So how mental health can make us stronger, and he also mentioned about social media as social support. He also pointed out that social media at times is perhaps not so much of a friend. You can have a few thousand friends on, say, Facebook, and yet be lonely. You don't have anyone to share anything. They also talked about the difference between mental wellness, mental illness, and mental distress and mental disorders. He also gave an important message, Dr. Desai, that don't carry the burden of being a misunderstood youth and carry it on. Dr. Mittal talked about the power of youth and also social justice and social equity. We discussed Article 29. We discussed several human rights articles about bioethics, the 2017 Act and why it is controversial. We discussed about privacy and whether privacy is negotiable. The important, as one of the speakers said, it was Dr. Desai, that privacy is not something which is an Indian value. We all know that, right? In olden times, the phones used to be in the living room. Now, whenever we talk, people are always listening all around. We don't value privacy, but as we become more of an individualistic society, privacy rises. And what we talked about is that in courts, privacy is not allowed in defense of justice. Justice comes first. But as Dr. Desai, not Dr. Desai, Dr. Sunil Mittal was sharing with me, that there is a belief rising that safety comes before justice. Safety of a victim is more important than giving him justice. That's what society realizes. Then I think what we enjoyed most was our former students who, I would say, discussed in a nutshell the importance of bringing the child in therapy. And I think we all enjoyed clapping hands and raising our hands. Those were the most enjoyable parts of the discussion. What I was picking up from them was that she said that don't be people ask me to be a therapist everywhere. But the important thing to keep in mind is that don't be a therapist everywhere. Don't be a therapist at home. Leave your hat of therapy when you leave the consulting room. So also therapy, as some of them pointed out, is a growth and not a disability. So today people approach you for growing up, for realizing their potential and not for just dealing with issues. Then somebody, I think she was the only person, she brought about self-disclosure about herself, about her relative being ill. The point of view in mental health gaining ground right now is that self-disclosure is a strength, and we therapists and psychologists use self-disclosure whenever possible in order to help our clients. I think these are almost all the major points that were discussed throughout the day. There is summary that would be made, and those of you who are interested can definitely ask for it. With that, I would like to stop and once again thank all the departments that have jointly organized it. This has been a team effort, and I would invite Smriti to come over and take over from me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rajat sir, for sharing with us the report. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest of valedictory session today. Sir is with us, Dr. Uday K. Sinha sir. He is presently professor and head at Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Delhi. Sir, we would like to invite you on dais. Also, Ranjana ma'am and Rushi ma'am, please, Gujral ma'am, to please welcome sir. Sir has been a well-known clinical psychologist and mental health expert in India. Sir has done a great job in the field of child and adolescent mental health and has contributed immensely in the field of psychology. Please give him a huge round of applause and welcome, sir. Sir, podium. Sir, podium. Please address the audience. You are the chief guest for us. I guess.
Good evening, and thank you very much, IBAS and Psychology Department, Amity University, for calling me in this valedictory session. When I entered the hall today, I had the sense that lot of things have happened in entire day. A lot of ideas have been brought forward and shared with you all by eminent specialists in the field of mental health and psychiatry. I thought, what is there for me to speak and share? Then I thought I will try and bring something which might appear a bit cynical when we talk about mental health. Now, mental health is a matter of universal human rights. That is the slogan by WHO for this year. If you call something as human rights, it means that you are expecting something for the system, for the agencies which are supposed to protect your health, give you. I mean, to me, it is more than human rights, it's an individual right. I have my right to be mentally healthy. Now, in order to be mentally healthy, I must be knowing what is mental health. The irony is, when we discuss mental health, we only discuss mental disorders, anxiety, depression, stress, how to come out of it, how to bring down the sufferings. Unfortunately, the discussion on health becomes very marginalized. I do not know how many of you as young audience know the indicator of mental health. Right? What are the indicators of mental health? If I have to promote my mental health, what exactly to be promoted? I think there we have huge deficit, and we so-called specialists and mental health professionals becomes absolutely Hippocratic. We say I'm talking about health, but I am essentially talking about the illness and how to prevent the illness, how to control the illness. I think this is right time, high time to sit together, agree on the mental health indicator, and start inculcating those indicators in us. Right? Maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 100. I do not know. But I think we need to have the conscious effort. Mental health is about being able to focus on whatever I am doing. Mental health is about appreciating or ability to appreciate the feelings and emotions which I am having. Mental health is about having a positive connect with others. These are the indicators of mental health. So how to promote that? Whether the promotion of mental health or building up mental health starts from the beginning itself, at home, during the childhood. Now, how many times we teach our children that the life is worth living, life is beautiful. I mean, we do not have a habit of doing that. When we try and teach, when we get the child with certain problems, behavioral problems or emotional problems, and in the process of handling the child, we do this, right? So we need to be very honest when we say the mental health is the universal human right. We have to be very honest that let us identify what are the health indicators and do something for that, irrespective of illness. Now, many of us think that health and illness, they lie on the same continuum. One side there is a health, the other side there is an illness. If we continue following this format, then perhaps we'll not be able to separate health from illness. We'll end up discussing illness. So let us think that health and illness are two parallel processes. They are not on the same continuum. And then identify the one which belongs to health, and then start focusing on that. And that is the responsibility of all of us. For that, we do not have to be psychologists or mental health professionals. It is the work of all of us. I will not take time. I am just making a point here is that finding out indicator of mental health is responsibility of all of us collectively. Let us begin the process in whatever manner, whatever platform. Let us begin the process and start discussing health and mental health, not the illness. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge and captivating us with your session, sir. We are incredibly honored and privileged to have you where you have actually given us your valuable time from the busy schedule, sir. Thank you so very much. Now, I would request Gujral ma'am to please come forward for a vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. So now, पहले सर को दे देगा
Before I extend vote of thanks, I would request Ranjana ma'am, Rushi ma'am to felicitate sir.
Yes, ma'am.
My esteemed colleagues and students, this is the concluding session which you have just attended. On behalf of IBHAS and Amity Center for Guidance and Counseling, I'm here to extend my thanks to all of who attended this program. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of Founder President Sir, our Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Madam, for the dignitaries who were here to share their knowledge and insight with our students and colleagues. Then I am very thankful to all the students, particularly all of you were here the whole day and you attended so well, interacted so well. A big applause for yourself. Give a big applause to yourself for this. I really appreciate this. And then I am very thankful to our VC man specifically because this whole program was crafted under her guidance and she was always there to support us because whatever the events we are planning, she's always there to guide and support us. At the end, I am very thankful to the students, IT team, our volunteers, our ma'ams behind the scene also, and all of you who attended so well. Thank you very much, and keep one thing in mind, that mental health is very important. Take care of it because it's self-love. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the students who have been patiently sitting throughout the day. And few of them have left also, sir. They had a class at 4:50. So sorry for that. We are ending the session now. I would request the admin staff to please close the live. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.